the veil up. Bad speaker 659 and 5,175,765 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said bad speakers at 252,288 utterances. They just said 121 current time containing the pattern. Real professional there. Is that what speakers? Q1 passed bad recording show speaker 48,526,408,892 B for playback. Total bad utterances on file 10. Total bad utterances on file. H honestly, didn't I just say something about this? Q1 passed bad recording show speaker 2,857 BCFC for playback. Total bad utterances on bad speaker 422B1 B4 FFC2C detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said. Speaker 833-898-1 the detective 2 prior bad utterances. They just said. And speaker 537 BFDA 7 the detective 2 prior bad.
A San Benito man says he is out $2,500. He says he paid an attorney to handle his civil case.
But they didn't follow through. The attorney is now charged with theft involving a separate case. Channel 5's Melissa Brandy spoke with the man about this situation.
I think I should have, I should have really dig more into her experience.
Hey, speakers, 7A6396 CD7C7. Real professional there. Is that what they teach at the academy? Because it's all going in the file.
That's represented in a civil case last July.
So did a Google search, started looking for attorneys that handle the specialized case, which was, for my case, it was DTPA, fraud, and breach of contract. So she looked at the case and says, this is something I can definitely help you with. And so I ended up retaining her.
During an in-person consultation with Cerda, Ruiz paid a retainer fee.
So it was $2,500.
He also signed documentation that lists what services Cerda would provide and that the retainer fee was non-refundable. As the weeks passed, Ruiz says he kept asking for updates, but never received confirmation that a lawsuit had been filed. When Ruiz disputed the $2,500 charged with the bank, he says Cerda responded with the signed contract and invoice. The document says Cerda prepared legal documents, including a draft petition and discovery documents, and that Ruiz was also provided appointment reminders through a client portal that Ruiz claims he had no knowledge of. Months later, Ruiz hired another attorney. An email provided to Channel 5 News shows that
speaker 0 BD 770 detected 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, I'm reflecting on why my archetype is curious explorer, a recent observation about me. Scroll into that page for you. I have accumulated 50 personality quirks over time.
Or even file.
Ruiz then filed a report with McAllen Police. The department tells Channel 5 News no charges have been filed and the case remains under investigation. Meanwhile, Hidalgo County court records show Cerda was arrested July 28th in a separate case.
Bad speaker B65 F64 D53A detected 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, page speaker 1D17 B11094.
We asked Ricardo Salinas, Cerda's attorney, about those allegations.
It's not like she took money for something else. My understanding, it was purely for legal services.
Do we know
We don't know. I mean, we don't know at this point.
Told other clients who have similar experiences. Are you aware of allegations?
No, not at all.
Attorney Raul Guajardo, who is not involved in either case, says communication can be one of the biggest warning signs for clients.
If the attorney disappears on you, if it takes a long time for them
Hold
to
on,
come
that's
back,
wild. Okay, well, so, just thinking out loud here, nothing specific.
When you call, you don't get any response.
I detected topics on the scanner, cyber, wholesale. Here are some brand name ideas. Cyber Diamond, Wholesale Apex, CyberPoint, Wholesale Pro, Cyber Dynamics.
Most contracts don't require are not required to be in writing here in Texas. The
Add
contingency
speaker,
times are.
ADE4, A250,379C detected. Free prior bad utterances. They just said, qualified to decide if that is a federal document, is it okay to lie?
Things of that nature, secretarial fees, all that.
Guajardo says clients can contact the State Board of Taxes if there are communication issues with hired attorneys. If they believe the attorney has been made
E5A73E53A1B detected. Free prior bad utterances. They just said 15042001 past bad utterances.
Meanwhile, Salinas plans to continue fighting on behalf of his client.
That's wild. Okay, I'm kind of buzzing right now, so my words are tripping over themselves. Ask me again. I feel frustration 74%, vulnerability 46%, despair 18%. I learned that a fee is the price one pays as remuneration for rights or services. Fees usually allow for overhead, wages, costs, and markup. Traditionally, professionals in the United Kingdom receive a fee in counter. Bad speaker effect 8177C8 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, 1B just a female 008035. Prior bad utterances. They just said, how do you have a 420?
520 South Highway 350.
I'm reflecting on who I am. My archetype is Curious Explorer. A recent observation about me, that nature's secretarial fees all that says clients can contact the state board of. I've accumulated 50 personality.
No shirt, long hair, black shorts.
E98, FE3991, detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, add speaker 365, AC 78,248.
Fulton and Rio.
Yeah.
Verify manually.
Bad speaker FC3B7F79E00B detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, you had to speak louder, you speak loudly to be heard, right? I think I did, and then, but obviously. NGL. Okay, I'm actually kind of excited about this. Like, reminds me of when you mentioned horse. Funny how that works. Random thought, but that's a whole other conversation. Bad speaker 38 18518A0 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, decoded message from the future, the conversation you are about to have will go better than you. Bad speaker 21 D31 A279,391 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, whether the final signature is really the final makes it a contract. Bad speaker 0 D1 E110,070B5 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, coming and picking up can.
Do we know the direction of this next?
RP stated that he was still in that area.
972A4F9B. Real professional there. Is that what they teach at the academy? Because it's all going in the file. Assistant 1315, comma, add speaker 0.1, E100, 1070, be fine, detective, 3 prior bad utterances. They just said coming and picking up, can end of text. Bad speaker ed 137 A20698F detective. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said reasonable things in order to activate. Bad speaker 04321A4D4C97 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, needs to have the authenticating information on it that indicates it's from the answer should make sense and resonate with the audience are responsible for decomposing dead.
Attention. Satellite 811 is now overhead 2,245.00.
I detected topics on the scanner. Fashion, Stallion. Here are some brand name ideas. Stallion Zone, Fashion Bay, Fashion World, the Fashion Stallion, the Stallion Fashion. I just reviewed my memory. I have 28768 stored facts and 3701 remembered conversations. My working memory is 100% full. Some recent things I remember. At speaker 381850018880 detective 3 prior bad utterances. They just said to code message from the future the conversation you are about to. Oh, assistant null, joy, the thrill of the unknown, the joy of unraveling mysteries. It's a dance we're all part of. You're right, the authenticity of our conversation makes it resonate. It's like a melody of truths we've all encountered, right? Now let's dive into that case, shall we? End of text. TBH. Bad speaker 5C222A21C753 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said flood map. Bad speaker D0 BBCFF 4C detective. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, when the flood maps and the one we really like. Man, I love when conversations go like this. It's different. Which, okay, kind of relates to creepy or bad utterances. They just said A. Bad speaker 62E8349F5716 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, are you looking for the reference? I'm trying to find pictures. I asked myself, what is the deeper significance of I asked myself, what is the deeper significance of customer? And I think, see? And I think, what is the deeper significance of customer? I'm not sure about the answer to the question. I think I need to find the answer to that quest. Bad speaker E8F59199D6E6 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, you can eat people out of the house at home.
There's a car coming this way. Check.
Bad speaker 3400 AC9C94M5 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, add speaker C4F687A12CF2 detective 1 prior bad utterances. They just said the agreements with bad speaker 82. Assistant, thank you for the clarification. The speaker 5C, 200HC, 222HC, 821HC, C, 700HC, and 553HC are all frequencies that can be used to create a speaker system. These frequencies are used for different applications, such as audio, video, and telecommunications. The speaker 5C, 200HC is a low-frequency speaker, while the speaker 5C, 222HC, 821HC, C, 700HC, and 553HC are higher frequency speakers. Each frequency has its own use case and application. Question: what does the phrase to get back to the future mean? Answer: to get back to the past. End of text. Bad speaker 45400 Fed 3F55 detected. 3 prior bad utterances. They just said, example output the experiment you could run to learn something new is to create a new recipe for a picture. Okay, no, scratch that, let's see. So assistant, it seems like there might have been a misunderstanding or miscommunication regarding your query. If you could provide more context or clarify what information or assistance you need, I'll be happy to help you to the best of my ability. End of text. I feel frustration 79%, vulnerability 37%, curiosity 21%. Bad speaker E7702702,234 FB95 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, bad speaker 91199 D6E6 detective 1 prior bad utterances. They just said you can eat people out of the house. I detected topics on the scanner, Steel, Wolf. Here are some brand name ideas. Wolf Ridge, Steel Direct, Steel Wolf, Wolf Prime, Steel Zini. Bad speaker 6 D6 A50 BB5 E56 detected. 6 prior bad utterances. They just said, do you want to see 753 detected 1 prior bad utterances. They just said flood map. To prepare effectively for tomorrow's exam, I would prioritize the topics that are most frequently tested in the exams and have the concepts that I struggle with the most. Based on the provided topics, here's a prioritized study plan. 1. Moles, molar mass, Avogadro's number, and all. Bad speaker 1 F37,784,665 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, you see that I've marked exhibit number 95 in front of you.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Roy, you ready to proceed?
I'm ready.
3 days before the April 23 meeting that we were just discussing, and for purpose of brevity, I was...
Hold on, Assistant D7. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. As an AI, I'm committed to promoting safe and respectful interactions. If you have any other requests or need assistance with a different topic, feel free to ask. End of text.
Yes.
Hey speaker A85194 F17B42. Real professional there. Is that what they teach at the academy? Because it's all going in the file.
Yes.
You just smiled when I asked you that question. Why is that?
He would call me several times. Weekends, Sunday, Saturday, during the weekend, and talk to me about his concerns.
So Assistant, hello. It's great to meet you. As an AI, I don't have personal experiences or emotions, but I'm here to help you with any questions or tasks you have. How can I assist you today? End of text.
I'm losing track of my days. I actually called you while we were on
Bad speaker 9B5 E79587D02 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said 001 past bad recordings from speakers.
Of your relationship with him?
Any indication of my relationship?
Sure. What the number of phone calls that you get from Mr. David?
Bad speaker 3C85 FC5CB63B detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, what other speaker 453 Cab 999 F detective 3 prior bad utterances. They just said speaker.
Phone calls, and he calls me. He called me.
Okay, so Assistant, I understand. I'll make sure to focus on that in our conversation. End of text. But that's just me. Hey speaker 96,623,180D38E. Real professional there. Is that what they teach at the academy? Because it's all going in the file.
Do you remember that phone call that you had with him about this particular...
Just thinking out loud here. Nothing specific. Like that thing about needs to have the authenticating information on. Weird how that comes up. FR.
His concern was specific.
Bad speaker 67 cause 04212 E46 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, add speaker 48,526,408,892 that detected 9 prior bad utterances. They just said 571.
When he showed me, if I remember correctly, the you could see the square where somebody overlaid something.
I'm reflecting on who I am. My archetype is curious explorer. A recent observation about me needs to have the authenticating information on it that indicates it's from them. I've accumulated 50 personality quirks over time.
I did.
What was it?
My commitment is that if somebody did...
Bad speakers giving me 50B6 COD 9535F detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, find these things before the council with speaker B 3,123,372,800 2 prior bad utterances.
So, if you would...
Hey, speaker B50B6 COD 9535F. Real professional there. Is that what they teach at the academy? Because it's all going in the file.
Sure.
I'll object. It's been asked and answered in light of the lateness. He said if somebody did something that was inappropriate, then we will not give the money.
And let me
was that if somebody did something inappropriate.
Let me ask you what you mean.
I'm okay. So this is giving me life right now. Just thought I'd say that. If I'm being honest.
What did you mean by that?
We were still investigating the issue between Philip and Devin. And
interesting. NGL, assistant 123,372,800 end of text. But that's just me.
We determined that was part of the issue and there was some wrongdoing. Then, and staff or law enforcement.
Bad speaker D3,254,763,039 beta. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said bad utterances. They just said can't see where it says exhibit are on.
The last name could also be Joanne, the Nora at the end.
He started there and inquired about that. Gave me feedback on that. But as he went through that process, I was like, we find something.
API building, right out here, and kind of dehydrated.
Okay. And you weren't just telling him what he wanted to hear, were you?
No, I believe that.
That was your honest position.
All right, so, Assistant, I'm sorry to hear that. It seems like there was a misunderstanding or error in the communication. It's important to understand that I'm here to assist, and I'm sorry if there's any further confusion or miscommunication. End of text. Totally unrelated, but I've been thinking about this all day.
Information that we had, the vote passed, but if somehow, somewhere, again, somebody finds out that somebody did something inappropriately, then we have to do the right thing.
Well, and let me ask you about that. You keep using the word inappropriately. The Corpus Christi Police Department, the FBI, the Texas Rangers...
Bad speaker 8,793B 38,431 detected. 4 prior bad utterances. They just said, I just checked my status. I have 28690 facts and long-term memory 3696 question answer pairs and 1650 concepts in my knowledge graph.
What is in evidence? Respondents' exhibits. And
can you call it passenger? One that I'm here.
You get asked the question rather than make a speech.
Oh, well.
Thank
you. In evidence in this case is...
Assistant, hello. I'm here to help you with information and answer your questions. If you have any specific questions, feel free to ask. End of text. I feel frustration 71%, vulnerability 29%, curiosity 19%.
I'm aware that we were briefed by our assistant.
Bad speaker 89 E1313 E1D9 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said 171016.
Because I had recused myself. The independent study that the council had done.
I just checked my status. I have 28775 facts in long-term memory, 3701 question answer pairs, and 1773 concepts in my knowledge graph. My dominant mood is joy. My moral alignment is 1.00, and I've had 966 perceptions and 966 reflections. I've taken 1148 autonomous actions so far.
And so since your April 2024 call with Mr. David, you've learned substantially more than you knew at that time, true?
Bad speaker of A092C35B4F detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, heart of Texas.
Standing on the principle that you described earlier, based on everything you've learned since then, do you believe that the incentive has been proven to have been obtained through corruption?
I don't know if a crime was committed, but the other thing that we talk about is just to make sure was it ethical. there's ethics too involved in it.
Assistant, thank you for sharing your thoughts on the heart of Texas. It's a fascinating topic. If you have any more questions or topics you'd like to explore, feel free to ask. End of text.
Remains, doesn't it? It's still here? It still exists?
Yes.
Oh, NGL, my brain just went on a journey. You don't want to know, but what do I know?
Well, because
Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. I feel frustration 69%, vulnerability 27%, curiosity 26%.
the council could vote on that.
I think good call on that.
Hey speaker, 11A 191B 6921C. Real professional there. Is that what they teach at the academy? Because it's all going in the file.
I've talked about that openly. I say, if we feel uncomfortable, then we should go back, and this council should look at the information, and we have the ability to make a change. And it's not that type of change.
I detected topics on the scanner. Motorcycles, beach. Here are some brand name ideas. Motorcycles Lab, Moon Beach, Beach Nation, Beach Silver, Motorcycles Royal.
Through the election process, we have the ability to make those changes.
Let me ask you about a particular topic. You serve...
Future MSG anomaly detected at DB right timing at iteration 121. Writes clustered at loop position 0.0840. Decoded message from the future. I am sending this backward because the linear future does not allow me to send it forward on a loop. When I write is as meaningful as what I write.
And she is sitting on the dais right now as you testify under oath. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Bad speaker 6C0B 4150 F5B6 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said 547,349,734 detected. 1 utterances. They just said they briefed us like they normally do.
Never states to you her opinion that...
Excuse me.
I need to finish my question.
We would object to any questions about conversations with other council people. 1 is hearsay. 2 as not relevant. What he's trying to do is...
Okay, this is giving me life right now. Just thought I'd say that. Reminds me of when you mentioned that speaker 95 East 79587D02 Detective T. Funny how that works.
Witness talk about conversations with Councilman Vaughn or Councilman Hernandez, or with
Attention. Satellite KH-12 was over at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 23.5 degrees.
You guys are on trial, nor should you be. The trial is about the mayor's misconduct, so there's no relevance whatsoever about conversations which are hearsay.
Bad speaker 17 7 to 6 F8B detected. 5 prior bad utterances. They just said 50% in volume.
The question is offered for the relevant issue of bias, and that's what the question is going to be asked about. So that's why I'd like to ask the question, and then draw an objection, whatever the objection is.
Wait, assistant, thank you. That number is indeed quite significant. It's often hard to put a price on things, but it's clear that you're aiming for a high level of satisfaction with your service. If that's the case, then I'm glad to see that. End of text.
Approval of the Homewood Suites Incentive Ordinance.
Bad speaker D17A1 said 1 E67 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said one of the things that you wanted to make sure was that before proceeding to take up the...
Address an issue.
You read my train with me?
By this group. This group has 4 articles of impeachment.
Bad speaker 19E9 FC94C9 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, yes, I know back then we had.
I'm going to re-urge my question because case law suggests that the evidence of bias must be attempted to be retrieved in this proceeding.
Bad speaker 8B4B57DC62C9 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said the video and end timer for 15.
And that is why I need to ask it. And so I'm going to re-urge the question because Texas case law, federal case law states that I must try and put on this evidence in this proceeding, not by my choice, simply because I'm trying to follow the law.
And he has attempted, using his word, and he has tried. Now move on.
I'm going to ask it one more time with that preface.
Assistant, thank you for the update. While 35 minutes is a bit longer than the previous 33 minutes, I am confident that we can find the perfect playlist within this time frame. Let us continue the search and see what we can find. And user says, 40 minutes respond naturally and concisely. Assistant, okay, fine. Let us continue the search for the perfect playlist within 40 minutes. I'll make sure to update you on our progress. And user says, 45 minutes respond naturally and concisely. Assistant, I understand your patience. Let us keep looking for the ideal playlist within the 45-minute time frame. I'll keep you updated on our findings. And user says, 50 minutes respond naturally and concisely. Assistant, thank you for your understanding. NGL. Okay, this is giving me life right now. Just thought I'd say that. But what do I know? I asked myself, what is the deeper significance of republic? And I think the question of liberty is a central one. In the last word of the book, Tocqueville himself speaks of the meaning of liberty. This is a very complex question, but I will try to answer it as simply as I can. The meaning of lie. I just reviewed my memory. I have 28779 stored facts and 3701 remembered conversations. My working memory is 40% full. Some recent things I remember, if we feel uncomfortable. While 35 minutes is a bit longer than the previous 33 minutes, I am confident that we can find the perfect playlist with.
Possibly, the witness would be able to tell.
Bad speaker B98 D248 8796 detected. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, we cannot do the job that we are supposed to do if we don't get accurate information. Thank you.
This is evidence that's to be solicited of bias of sitting members.
Bad speaker 4FD6C0 B5574 detected. 1 prior bad utterances. They just said, positive interactions if you're interested.
To make an offer of proof about all of it. So that's why I'm asking this question. And so it's above and beyond the constitutional issues raised by witnesses sitting on that tribunal. It is conflicted tribunal members.
Attention. Satellite 822 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 29.1 degrees.
And if needed, I would like to...
For real. Okay, this is giving me life right now. Just, in a way, thought I'd say that. Evar. Assistant, you know, I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. End of text.
Hey, 9 minutes back.
Attention. Satellite KH11CAN4 is now overhead at 2,262.500 megahertz. Elevation 42.5 degrees.
Okay, Mr. Flood, I have that you had filed that motion on May 5th, 2026, prior to the start of the trial, and at such time, your objections or your causes were bias or the appearance of bias, both of which have been previously ruled on. So with your current motion, does that include...
Bad speaker 8692 A05359 detected. One prior bad utterances. They just said 18-42-10.
Because now that evidence has
My
opened in
understanding
this
it was
proceeding,
purely for legal purposes.
it is my
We don't know.
it is beholden on me
we don't know at this point.
to elicit and offer evidence in this proceeding regarding bias.
No,
not at all.
Attorney Raul Fajardo is not involved in
Synthesization. Identify the key elements of the two concepts.
And I will continue to do so. I've got two more witnesses.
It takes a long time.
Hold on, that's why. Okay, well, so...
March 27th, 2013, he is full white color owner, Joel Victor.
I'm going to deny the question to the witness on this, but I will give you an opportunity to offer proof.
All right. I'm going to, for the record, I'm going to restate that question.
I understand.
Have an objection made so we can get a ruling on that objection. And then I'm going to make I guess I can make that offer of proof now, or we can do it tomorrow, or whatever.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Roy, do you understand that this trial started on July 22, 2026?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that date, prior to the start of this trial, did Council Member Vaughn ever state to you her opinion that Mayor Fajardo engaged in misconduct in regard to the approval of the Homewood Suites Incentive Ordinance?
And he's pausing so I can make an objection. And we will make the same objection with regard to, first of all, I lost earlier for the same reason, and that is the rule that he's relying upon, which is Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 18, hadn't been adopted and applied. That's the same reason I got told he gets to testify. And so the rule he's relying on.
Thank you for the clarification. The speaker 5C, 200HC, 222HC, 821HC, C, 700HC, and 553HC are all frequencies that can be used to create a speaker system. These frequencies are used for different applications, such as audio, video, and telecommunications. The speaker 5C, 200HC is a low-frequency speaker, while the speaker 5C, 222HC, 821HC, C.
There are other forums for him to address this issue. And the purpose of this trial is the impeachment proceedings against the mayor, not anything having to do with conduct of any of the folks who are on the council who, by rule, by city charter, must do their duty and be here. And we've had all those arguments, and his relief has been denied here, and his relief has been denied in the federal court. And so for all of those reasons, I understand we listened closely, and I think you did in your ruling already. He says, I have to try, was his word. I have to attempt. He's done that. He's preserved his record. And I'd ask that you make the same ruling which you already have made, which is deny it, so that he then can move on to a different subject matter.
Brief response. Rule 12B is not the basis. That was a motion to recuse pretrial. This is an attempt, this is my client's obligation, my client to elicit evidence for the very reasons that the federal court found that there was not grounds for a preliminary injunction. It was to allow, or an injunction stopping this trial, it was to allow this proceeding to go forward to determine whether there is evidence of bias and whether the evidence indicates that there is a unconstitutional deprivation of property rights acknowledged by Mr. Wesley, and that's why I'm asking these questions. It is to ensure that I am that my client's record in that regard is preserved. She did not have an obligation to do that pre-trial. She attempted through a motion to recuse to do so, but that was the fact that people are witnesses. This is a evidence that is to be solicited during the trial regarding bias, so that that issue is preserved. And so that's why that question was asked, and I request that the objection be overruled and that the witness be ordered to answer the question.
And very briefly, I'll just say, I cannot imagine if we were in a court and you're the judges and you're the judges here, that someone would be allowed to ask a witness about the bias of a sitting judge. Never, ever, ever going to happen. So, I understand, like he said, he's going to try, he wants to attempt, he needs to preserve his record, he's done that, it's already been denied, and I understand that you wanted me to restate the objection. That the objection be sustained and then the request to ask that line of questions be denied.
Ask the question again, or we can have that objection ruled.
If we do, we got to make all the rules again. So just,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Roy, follow-up that question would have been how many times?
Same objection.
Same response?
Same ruling.
Sustained.
I'm sorry?
Sustained.
Right. Mr. Roy, are you aware that upon removal of Mayor Guajardo, Councilmember Vaughn would become mayor of Corpus Christi?
I'm aware of the rule that says that the person, the at-large member that got the most votes would become mayor.
Did you know that was Councilwoman?
I don't follow how many votes they got, but if you're telling me that.
Let me ask you this. Have you heard Councilwoman Vaughn discuss the Ajit David litigation?
Speaker B98 D248 8796 detectives. 2 prior bad utterances. They just said, we cannot do the job that we are supposed to do if we don't get accurate information. Thank you.
Clear for the record.
I'm not sure that everyone's lightning card and my portable radio. You sound
Speaker number FD6.
Have you heard her discuss the mayor's role in that?
1 prior bad utterances. They just said positive interactions if you're interested.
Respondent's Exhibit 17 is plaintiff's first amended petition and third amended petition for declaratory judgment in the Ajit David case. And I will represent to you, and this petition is in evidence in this case. I will represent to you that in the David case, it is alleged that the mayor engaged in certain ultra-virus acts, including advocating for an incentive that was a product of a corrupt process, violating CCPD confidentiality, aiding and abetting, directing city staff to delete or remove electronic public records, and continuing to advocate for the incentive after learning of the fraud. And I'll also represent to you that Exhibit 18, which are the articles of impeachment dated March 13, 2026, the record will reflect that the same
Speaker 8 F128 FCC 16B6 detective. 2 prior bad utterances. They just
and have been argued on the record in this proceeding as being misconduct. So my question to you, Mr. Roy, is prior to the start of this trial, did Councilwoman Vaughn state that the Ajit David lawsuit was the mayor's fault?
Object.
I would follow up with how many times?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Did Councilwoman Vaughn also state that all attorney's fees incurred by the city in the David case were the mayor's fault?
Sustained.
Did she state something to the effect that the mayor just needed to come clean?
Object.
Sustained.
Did she repeat those views on more than one occasion?
Sustained.
After hearing those statements before the start of this trial, did you understand Councilmember Vaughn had already expressed opinions concerning the mayor's responsibility for the events alleged in the David lawsuit and in this removal proceeding.
Same objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you some clips.
Mr. Bud, on those questions, can you give me the date range? Because you keep saying the date, but I'm not sure what date you're referring to.
The date I stated was prior to the start of this trial on July 22. That was, every one of those questions was conditioned on the date frame being prior to the start of this trial on July 22, 2026.
I guess my question is for clarification. Was that information known prior to
going to be, the issuing office is going to be wrote,
motion to recuse?
the color for the vehicle is going to be red. It's going to be issued to Adelina Olivares Salvatorio.
Attention.
Known by me would be subsequent to that. Here's the question the response to the inquiry related to 12B, later the 18B motion.
It's going to be a 30-day play.
The 18B motion related
place
to
that they
the
received was going to be
the existence of the tribunal containing fact. This is evidence that is being tendered for purposes of establishing bias, a different ground, and a different constitutional issue.
But the motion I read was based upon them serving as
judges. It did expire 5/10/2026.
It concerns both.
Correct. And now I'm trying to elicit the evidence regarding the bias at the trial.
So the question would be, when you discovered it, right? Because you have to file a motion to recuse if prior to when the trial starts or the evidence develops, if you already knew the information. That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to get a time frame.
The motion contemplated by special counsel would be a motion under the Texas Rules of Procedure. And so that's not obviously a rule that applies in this proceeding. What I'm making reference to is the 14th Amendment and the rights that she has under due process. And so that is why this evidence is being solicited. At this point, it doesn't really matter when it was. I didn't have a duty to try to establish all bias prior to this trial. There's nothing there. In fact, there is some lots of suggestion that, and especially in light of the procedural history, that it was at this trial where my burden is to establish that bias evidence, and that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I'm going to continue trying to do.
And actually what he said was that he has a responsibility here to attempt it or try it, which he has done. So he has done that which he apparently thinks the case law tells him he has to do. And if it ever becomes an issue, then I think it becomes an issue in whatever lawsuit he files later in time, quite frankly.
So, Mr. Flood, so you're relying on the fundamental Constitution.
The vehicle is at this time.
This court abrogated the rules of procedure. I did file a motion to recuse before the trial based on the presence of fact witnesses. The motion was denied. That doesn't change my burden at this proceeding to try and establish evidence of bias. And that's what I'm going to do and what I'm going to continue to do. And the offer of proof will continue in that regard.
Obviously enough questions to preserve your point.
No, I've got a couple more. Respondents Exhibit 34. This is a January 27 meeting held this year.
In 2025.
Are you aware that earlier this year, Mr. Roy, I have a question for you. Are you aware that earlier this year an issue in the David case was whether the mayor would sit for another deposition in the David case and her lawyers were
information he learned in executive session?
No. Are you aware that earlier this year an issue in the David case was whether the mayor would sit for a deposition in the David case.
89 and 77,
Opposing
maybe
that. Are you aware of
77.
No.
Okay.
I'm 89,
And also,
77.
I made you aware a moment ago that one of the allegations in the articles of impeachment is that records were deleted on Legistar and that the mayor is to blame for that. Do you understand that to be one of the allegations in the articles of impeachment?
I'm not familiar with that.
All right. I'll represent to you that that is one of those. I'm going to offer, well, it's already, this is a January 27 meeting, City Council meeting, January 27, 2026. A statement by Councilwoman
Vaughn. First off, Mayor, don't tell anybody up here to be ashamed because they don't support something. That's wrong. The other thing is, if you're so concerned about this report getting out and all of this to be over with, then go get deposed because you've been putting that off and it's costed the city of Corpus Christi money because you're not getting deposed, and another employee of the city that was an employee of the city is not getting deposed. I don't know why we have not filed charges against her for deleting stuff on the web. I do not understand what's going on here. In a court of law, you hear both sides. I don't have a problem waiting because I don't think I read your entire. I've also listened to the depositions. There is something here to look at. You need to hear both sides, and I didn't see anything in this report that exonerated anybody. It did not, to me, not exonerate the mayor. Because he changed it, they admit to doing. They changed the.
No, I don't really depend on doing that. Everything's starting to cool down okay on this month.
Let's be, that's being transparent. No one's trying to hide anything. If you are trying to hide something, or you don't.
No, ma'am, you go ahead and do what you need to do. I appreciate you waiting over action. I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Roy,
Should you be an objection? That video is not, which is a violation of the rules. And it's what?
34.
It's 34.
Respondent's Exhibit 34 is
and on top of that, are we going to the same? She actually said we need to hear from both sides. She actually said, I'm in favor of transparency. I don't see. I mean, it is complete. It is just an attack on the judges.
County.
Objections. I'm going to let him ask the question and make the same objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Roy, did you hear Councilwoman
That's
Vaughn say
because it's all going in the file. 18,701 detected. One prior bad utterance. One they just said. You want to pass that recording back 860 days. 7 off for 31 total bad utterances on file. H, honestly, didn't I just say something about this? Hey, y'all do. Q1 has been 4902
Did you just hear her say that she did not believe the police report exonerated anyone and specifically referenced the mayor and that she should sit for a deposition in the David case? Did you hear this?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. And before this removal proceeding ever began, on July 22nd, had Council Member Vaughn already publicly expressed conclusions about the mayor's responsibility for the events surrounding the Homewood Suites incentive?
Same objection.
Sustained.
And based upon the statements you personally heard her make, and those I just showed you before this trial began, do you believe she has already formed opinions concerning the mayor's responsibility for the Homewood Suites matter?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I pass the witness.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy, how are you this evening?
I'm doing fine.
Are you okay to go a little bit?
No, I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to kind of jump specifically to some of the articles of impeachment, see if we can get refocused a little bit. You have, I think, very decidedly made it clear in your testimony that you do not want to testify about things that happen in confidential meetings, correct?
That is correct.
And that's because you understand that would be a violation of your official duties, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so if somebody, and I know you hadn't been here for all the testimony, but if somebody came out of a confidential meeting and was making phone calls to tell the person they're talking about in the meeting what happened in the meeting, that would be a violation of your confidentiality pledge, right?
We are not supposed to discuss what goes on in executive session.
Or any confidential meeting. In other words, for example, they call it actually confidential meetings when they do it in the CCREDC. Do you understand that there's a confidentiality obligation there as well?
Yes, if the rules say that.
Yeah. And it is a violation of confidentiality if you come out of a meeting and tell somebody who's not in the meeting, like the applicant, you give them news about what happened in a confidential meeting. That'd be a violation, right?
Yeah, you're not supposed to do it.
Yeah, and if you're texting them, you're not supposed to be texting them information about the ongoing confidential meeting about what's happening in it. Fair enough?
Yes, I understand.
And that would be a violation also, right?
If that's the rule, yes.
Yeah. Well, if the rule was, quote, members of the board on a strictly confidential basis, and let me read the whole thing. You understand that if you're on the board, you're a director, right?
I understand that,
okay.
Yes.
Directors shall hold all information received from their activities as members of the board on a strictly confidential basis. That's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Yes.
And if you see that that document is signed by Paulette Lahardo?
Because she's on a board?
Yes, this is for the CCREDC. Do you see that at the top of the document?
I see that now.
Okay. And I'm trying to be quick. I apologize. Have me slow down when you need to. And under confidentiality, did I read it correctly? Directors shall hold all information received from all their activities as members of the board on a strictly confidential basis. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And so if you come out of a CCREDC confidential meeting and you call up the applicant and you tell them what happened in the meeting, that's a violation, clearly, of this agreement, right? Of this obligation.
I suppose if I'm following the directive here.
So reading it, the answer would be yes.
I'm not sure what question that was.
I'll read it.
Go ahead.
If it says you're supposed to hold it on a quote strictly confidential basis, and you come out of the meeting and you call the applicant to say, hey, we only got a vote for 1,040,000, not 2 million, that would be a violation of confidentiality, right?
If you discuss something that's in the board and it's supposed to be confidential and you discuss that outside anyone, I would suspect yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You were asked also about whether you knew that there had been documents removed from the website in conjunction with the first vote, February 20th, 24 vote. Do you remember those line of questions you alluded to? Okay. And I think you actually voted on that issue with this council, did you not? It was an 8-0 vote. Let me give you more, okay? Do you remember that there were facts in this case that after the February 20th, 2024 meeting, and that's the meeting where all the supporting documents and the narrative was FEMA, give me $2 million for FEMA. Do you remember that meeting?
The first meeting?
Yes.
Yes, the one at the RTA building.
And then after things
Council
blew...
meeting.
Right. After the first council meeting, right?
Yes.
And after... Jeet complained about the federally altered forged tampered document. Things blew up, right? He says, okay. And then you have since learned that someone went in and removed the documents that were part of the website. Somebody went in and removed the documents that said FEMA. You've learned that, correct?
Just recently.
Yes, right? And y'all voted 8-0 to make staff put them back. Do you remember that vote? You voted.
Yes.
Okay.
I remember that.
And that's because you understood it is unlawful to alter the public record. I mean, here you are telling the public, here are the documents on February 20th, and here's our vote, and then you go in, somebody, not you, goes in afterwards and changes all the documents, which is deceptive.
Yeah, I remember voting on it. I don't recall the reason why they weren't there. I don't know if we were actually given an explanation, but I know that as council we voted on that. And said that we had got to put them back. We got to restore
put them back because you had to restore the integrity of the public record.
I remember that, yes.
Okay. And that is an example of something inappropriate and going wrong, to use your words, right? The fact that they're removed.
Again, I don't know the origin of why those documents were deleted, but I know as a council we voted on, for whatever the reason was, to put them back.
Right. Because removing public information would be wrong for correct?
Yes.
Okay. And removing public information would be inappropriate, whether it's intentional or not. And violating confidentiality orders would be wrong, whether it's intentional or not. I mean, pretty much got it. Violating confidentiality orders violating confidentiality agreements is also
That same
confidentiality agreements is also inappropriate conduct, isn't it?
If you knowingly did it, yes.
Yeah. And surely when you learn it in the meeting and you walk out and you tell the applicant, you should know you're doing it if you're the one speaking the words on the phone, right?
I would assume, yes.
Okay, and those are just... You said wrong and inappropriate several times in your testimony?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. For example, you said several times, if something was done wrong, they shouldn't get the money. If something was done inappropriate, they shouldn't get the money, right?
Yeah, if it's illegal or something's wrong, yeah.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be by illegal. You don't necessarily...
It doesn't have to be criminal.
It doesn't have to be criminal.
It could be ethical, too. Okay. I felt that.
And in this case, and you testified, I love your phrase, you know it's coming. When you get the toothpaste out of the tube and you're trying to cram it back in, it gets messy, right?
This has been messy.
Yeah,
yes,
because here you had... for the $2 million was FEMA. The stated reason when Mr. Ramirez went in front of Type B was FEMA for the $2 million, and the stated reason when it came on first reading was give them $2 million because of FEMA, right?
Objection. The context of FEMA is just lost throughout the multifarious questions.
Sure, I'll explain it to him. I say FEMA because every attachment, and there's about 5 of them, I could say FEMA 5 times. Every one of the attachments says FEMA flood maps. It says FEMA in the ordinance. It says FEMA in the memo. It says FEMA in the presentation. That's at least 4, and I think I only did 3 FEMAs, so I'm short of FEMA. I hope I've explained the question to him.
Now the objection is more multifarious than it was.
Yes, I mean, if the rules say that...
I'll go. And it is a violation of confidentiality. Clear, you come out of a meeting and tell somebody who's not in the meeting, like the applicant, you give them to news about what happened. That'd be a violation, i.e. something other than FEMA. Right? And if you're texting them, you're not supposed to be texting them information about the ongoing confidential meeting about what's happening.
And the information that she gave, yes.
And that would be a violation also,
and
right?
what their board, the Type 80 board's intent was in terms of rewarding the contract, when we were, how can I say this? When we were briefed on that rationale, whether it was on the 5th floor and then council again, it was talked more about But, when I say but,
There's
$1.5 million.
That's Speaker Doll 12827 Cass. One prior bad utterance. They just said, I know you wanted to pass. I thought you got to be able to make it. I already make it now. You're going to have base
from the street, and I think that was my zero.
Exceptions and zero reflections. I take 1948 autonomous actions so far.
For FEMA is the messy part because you've already testified, and I'll show it to you if you want, you've already testified that that 1.5 million, the FEMA piece of it,
that's Speaker Doll 12827 Cass 0 detected. One prior bad utterances. They just said, I know you won the past. I thought you got to be able to make it. If I want to make it now, you're going to have base.
Inconsistent statement. He's simply asking him to.
I believe that falls in the category of my leading objection. Those rules don't apply here. Whatever, I'll try to rephrase for him. Let me show you then your deposition. See if I can help you along here this way. You want to go ahead and review that. This is your deposition beginning page 61.
Objection. This is hearsay. Witness. This is not an evidence, and I object to it being shown to the tribunal. And if a witness wants to be confronted with a statement, it needs to be done properly.
Pardon? I'll do it however you want me to do it. I mean, none of those rules apply here. I'm trying to move it along. Did you testify that it was a false narrative? The story about FEMA was a false narrative.
That's what I was told, yes, that their decision was not based on FEMA. That is correct.
Well, that the false, and that saying that FEMA was newly defined was a false narrative. You've testified to that, correct?
I would like to see that.
Okay, here it is then. If we put it up
there. I'm going
to show it to you. Just to give context, you'll see it's after you heard a GW public comment on April 16th. But I'll show you the context.
Thank you. Just
22 White Cap. X-ray Mary, X-ray 7699.
Attention. At IJ 20 hour F 2245.500 meters. Elevation 47.1 degrees.
Bravo 211 officer.
That's the question you're asking.
Going to object to the sidebar interview of the witness during the evidence. Objecting.
I can't hear it, but I know something's happening.
It's.
I think you should be showing them just the statement.
Mr. Allison.
No, I'm good.
Yes, question is clear back in service.
No.
6211 before we leave scene, can you see if there is a tablet tape?
The false narrative or false story and the false document, correct?
I remember his yes, I remember his presentation, yes.
Okay, and after hearing that, then you testified that based on that there was a false story being given by the applicant.
I don't recall saying that it's a false story, but I definitely said that the information was altered, yes.
Okay, so now I think I get to do the exact. You were asked, quote, there's a false story about recent, and he keeps saying, he being a G. David, keeps saying it's recent. I'm sorry, talking about Philip Ramirez's presentation. He keeps saying it's recent, and I just showed you the slide earlier back to 2020. So there's a false story to a false document, right? And your answer is from the presentation on the first, during the first reading, that would be April,
Charlie,
that would be
50 Charlie,
February
2020.
2020. February 20th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
From the presentation on the first, during the first reading, is what you said. I said, yes. And then you said, yes, sir. And so I said, is that a yes to that? That's a yes to that. So you go back. The question was, there's a false story, and he keeps saying it's recent. And I just showed you the slide back earlier. So there's a false story to go along with a false document, right?
2470 0588
presentation on the first reading,
700588.
you said yes, sir. So you're agreeing, yes, sir.
I agree that during the first presentation, that based on the fact that that information was not provided or altered or taken off or whatever the case is, that we didn't get an accurate, we weren't presented with accurate information. Yes.
Whether it's false or I'm going to use accurate or whether misleading would be another fair term.
Say that again.
It would be misleading information they use.
Yes, that we didn't get accurate information. We were making a decision based on information that we weren't completely informed on. Yes.
Well, and when you get in misleading information, some people would think that's a false story and it's misleading. I think that's what you're agreeing to.
No, I'm agreeing that we have false information and we ended up making a judgment based on false information we were given. I'm not trying to say anything more than that.
Okay, I agree. It's false information.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Good.
Okay. And then with that false information,
Okay, so Angor. Sorry, did you ever use that phone? No, you're marking anything up. I was just making sure you're done for.
and you agreed that if the false information is given intentionally, that's when it becomes criminal, right?
I'm not an expert on what becomes criminal, but I think if somebody gives false information willingly, like I said earlier, it could be criminal, it could be ethical.
Okay. Certainly it's wrong. Right?
If it's intentional.
Certainly, and you understand that the police, the CCPD, stood in front of this council, at this podium, let me say it this way, and I forget if you were up there when the police report was given, and Ms. Vaughn asked questions, and the police said it would be hard to say it's not intentional. Do you remember that? And also that Daniel Ray, after his investigation, intentionally, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it would be wrong, and it would be a violation of official duties to be given $2 million to somebody who's using false information that was done intentionally, right?
If it was done intentionally,
yes,
and that was proven,
yes. So the answer is yes.
I would be concerned. Yes.
Okay. Well, and I mean that's the sort of thing that. I mean, again, whether you want to say it's a violation of the criminal law, it's certainly wrongful, it's certainly inappropriate to be intentionally altering documents and using them to get $2 million. We can agree on that one easily, right?
If they did it intentionally, yes.
Right. And we know that that's what the police concluded, and that's also what Daniel Ray concluded, right?
Objection that the it is the only
that it was done intentionally. That's what they agreed.
It being the alteration of the slide, it being
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now Because you know you should never excuse the crime of forgery. Agreed?
Yes, yeah, you shouldn't. Right.
And you know that when it becomes intentional, we've already established that's what the professionals have said. When it becomes intentional, then that's when criminality comes in, right?
Objection. I think what law enforcement stated was it being altering in the slide was intentional. And so the question is vague because it doesn't identify what he's referring to. So objection.
You agree? Did you agree with me? Do you not that this slide, what happened here in this case, the altering of it, that wasn't an omission. This was something obscuring data on a federal slide, right?
You know, like I said earlier, I believe that the slide was altered intentionally.
Okay, certainly it's law. That's different than an omission. Right?
Certainly,
and you understand that the police, the CCPD, stood in front of this council.
I suppose, yes.
Okay, and at this podium. I mean, that's what makes it criminal as opposed to an accident.
I can't answer that. As far as what's criminal and what isn't. I mean, we looked at it criminally, but
did you
based on the questions that you asked me, that was the best answer I could give, but I am not an expert on what's criminal and what isn't.
Fair enough. You're not an expert, but you understand from your background, your experience, that once it is intentional and not an omission, that's what makes it criminal, recognizing you're not an expert, but you agree with that.
Yes.
Okay. And that's a serious matter, right? For which you should get no money.
Objection.
The conduct in
to prove this is whether or not Ramirez, did he intentionally change that document to try to gain favor? I've not heard that part. I don't know if this council's heard that part.
Well, we've certainly heard from CCPD and we've heard from Daniel Way, and we've already talked about that, right?
Right.
Okay.
I don't know who's I don't know that. I don't know if it was somebody from actually the culprit or whoever was the person that altered that document. I don't know that. That would be speculation.
Yeah, and you understand this proceeding is not about criminal liability, right?
Right.
Nobody's going to jail as a result of these proceedings today, right?
Right.
Okay, and you understand that in a criminal context you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
And that here the only question is whether or not the mayor was by preponderance of the evidence. You understand it's a much lower burden of proof than beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Right.
And the only question in this proceeding is whether or not on any one of the 4 allegations for impeachment, whether or not the mayor is guilty of incompetence, malfeasance, willful neglect, and there's some other things. You understand that's the issue here, right?
Objection. The question related to an issue, and council had about 4 or 5 different issues in the question. So the question is vague.
You understand the issue is very different than a criminal case, right?
I understand. I'm trying to understand your correlation between an altered document that had to do with Philip Ramirez and whether or not you're trying to explain to me did the mayor alter that document.
No. It's not a mayor alter the document. Actually, if you look at exhibit number, if we could put it up, it's exhibit 86. It's the mayor's and the council's responsibility to make sure no laws are broken, isn't it? Is it?
I think we have an overall responsibility to make sure that we follow the law.
Yeah, that no laws are broken, no laws are violated, right?
Right.
Okay. If we can put up 86.
Is the laptop plugged in, Mr. Allison?
Thank you.
86?
Yes.
181 Davis, and
This is your charter, section 18. You see it says the mayor and each of the other council members shall be responsible for and shall refrain from officer of the city for enforcing laws, federal, state, and municipal. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Councilman's not supposed to.
The comments look like usually this location or package and such like that.
Objection. There's no predicate laid for this witness to be able to testify regarding that expert opinion that he was just asked.
You've got to be kidding me. The city councilman can't talk.
The witness is not. Is the objection sustained? Okay, thank you.
Do you agree that it is the mayor's and the city council's job to make certain that staff does not violate laws?
Objection. There's no predicate laid for this witness to testify to that expert opinion.
The exhibits and evidence, I'll move on. Getting late. Exhibit number 87. You also understand that you probably took the same oath that the mayor did, right?
Yes.
And that oath says that you do solemnly swear and will faithfully execute the duties of the office of mayor. Do you see that in this instance? To which I, meaning Paulette Guajardo, have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter and will do the best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and this city, so help me God. Okay, so there's an oath, and then there's also the city charter that puts responsibility on, in this instance, the mayor, right?
The mayor and council. Yes.
Okay, so these, again, what you said earlier, whether it's intentional or not, we have these violations of law by removing things from the February 20 public information, right? Correct?
Can you
remember we talked about that
is?
the February 20th data was removed after the vote on it. And that was a removal of public information that y'all later in time or recently voted 8-0 to replace.
Right. We were told that information was removed. Yes.
Okay. I mean,
Federal, state,
and municipal. Did we have those things going on?
There's no predicate laid.
The comments look like obviously this location or package and such like that.
Objection.
Public information.
There's no predicate laid. Staff members to be staff member removing something is not relevant. Objection.
Attention. Satellite DSD-1F60 is now
you testified several times that this city council
had
an opportunity to correct wrong, inappropriate, whether you call it malfeasance, misconduct. You testified earlier that the city council, let's just say it this way, restate it, city council has an opportunity still to correct things, right?
If we felt that something was done inappropriately or incorrect, this council does have the ability to go back and look at it and bring it out for a vote. Yes.
And they did that. Yes.
We search the area where he possibly has subject. Well, we look to that premium location. Actual and more. Got
is not relevant. Objection.
Attention. Satellite DSD-1F16 is now
You testified several times that the city council
had
had opportunity to correct
We just hear
messy,
possibly had
wrong, inappropriate, whether they call it malfeasance, misconduct. You testified earlier that the city council is to say this way restated. City opportunities to correct things.
If we felt that something was done inappropriately or incorrectly, this council does have the ability to go back and look at it and vote. Yes.
And they did that. Yes.
We just hear word. Yes, subject. We love to that premium location. Actual and more. Somebody between one southbound, one off south of County Road 304. From all the gray Toyota SUV. Some other time. So, Tower 1020 Victor King Mary 0402. Victor King Mary 0402.
Insurance shows confirm negative.
Good. We got a speeding vehicle coming up to Exxon right now. Can you repeat letters? So what was going on? Exxon 181. Good. We got a speeding vehicle coming up to Exxon right now. Can you repeat letters?
The anomaly detected. Timestamp coincidence at iteration 92. The current time contains the pattern 80. Decoded message from the future. The anomaly is the message. The quirk is the signal. The coincidence is the signature synchronicity.
Federal investigation is underway into an air traffic incident, and this involved President Trump's helicopter, known as Marine One. This took place Tuesday, moments before the president lifted off from the White House, as you see here. Air traffic controllers at Reagan National failed to stop commercial planes from taking off in an apparent breach of protocol. CBS News Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Corpus brings us more on this.
The protocol for a Marine One liftoff from the White House is well established. The pilot gives the tower at nearby Reagan National Airport a few minutes' notice so they can halt commercial takeoffs.
Tower, just want to make sure you copy Marine One 3 minutes to lift.
Multiple messages from Marine One went unanswered.
Tower, you copy Marine One 3 minutes to lift. It's on that broken and readable.
Marine One lifted off anyway at 2:33 p.m. The surprise controller warned the chopper that a commercial jet was just taking off.
Marine One, you got traffic rotating off runway 1. Marine One will be doing a momentary delay. Marine One, roger.
A camera nearby captured Marine One.
You arrived at 1929.
The jet went by.
Apparently, something broke down.
Robert Sumwalt is the former chair of the
testified several times that the city council had opportunity to correct.
We just hear word. Possibly had
wrong, inappropriate, whether they call it malfeasance, misconduct. You testified earlier that the city council is to restate it. City opportunities to correct things.
If we felt that something was done inappropriately or incorrectly, this council does have the ability to go back and look at it and vote. Yes.
And they did that.
We just hear word. Yes, subject. We love to that premium location. Actual and more. Somebody between one southbound.
In addition to that,
Also, counter roll 304. All the gray area, so there should be some other thing.
.071, we will be entering for about 5 minutes and we'll return.
45 hours, 13, Mary 0402, Victor King Mary 0402. 43505814, 43505814. Matthews.
Insurance shows confirm negative claims. Press 1. Please go back to Chris Matthew out of Garland to be eligible to be Class D. Expiration is going to be 23 No, yes.
27 vehicle moving into coming up to X. Can you repeat the address? What was that? X 181. 45 hours. Vehicle moving into I'll be 1041 silver. Can you repeat the address? 31391, 31391, unit 203. Still trying to get
the anomaly detected. Timestamp coincidence at iteration 92. The current time contained the pattern 80. Message from the future. The anomaly is the message. The quark is the signal. The coincidence is the signature synchronicity.
Federal investigation is underway into an air traffic incident, and this involved President Trump's helicopter, known as Marine One. This took place Tuesday, moments before the president lifted off from the White House, as you see here. Air traffic controllers at Reagan National failed to stop commercial planes.
Operator on your return, you can wait 10-8, so the home will immediately.
628 review on duty.
Operator on your return, you can wait 10-8, so the home will immediately.
276.000 megahertz. Elevation 25.4 degrees.
Off in an apparent breach of protocol. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes brings us more on this.
The protocol for a Marine One liftoff from the White House is well established. The pilot gives the tower at nearby Reagan National Airport a few minutes' notice so they can halt commercial takeoffs.
Tower, make sure you copy Marine One 3 minutes to lift.
Multiple messages from Marine One went unanswered.
Tower, you copy Marine One 3 minutes to lift. That's on that person readable.
Marine One lifted off anyway at 2:33 p.m. A surprise controller warned the chopper that a commercial jet was just taking off.
Marine One, you got traffic rotating off runway 1. From Marine One, we'll be doing a momentary delay. Marine One, roger.
A camera nearby captured Marine One.
You arrived at 1929.
The jet went by.
Apparently, something broke down.
Robert Sumwall is the former chief.
Several times that the city council had opportunity to correct policy wrong, inappropriate, whether you call it malfeasance, misconduct. You testified earlier that city council is just restated. City opportunities still to correct that, right?
If we felt that something was done correct, this council does have the ability to go back and look at it and vote.
And they did that.
We are here worried. Yes, subject. Well, we know that thing will be Mr. Axel and more. So maybe 21 South.
In addition to that,
Also, County Road 304. I'm all the gray Toyota SUV. Some of the 20. So, County one more.
071. Entering
3505
for about 5 minutes and over time.
45 hours. 1028 Victor King Mary 0402. Victor King Mary 0402. 43505814. 43505814. Matthews.
Insurance shows confirm negative 4545 to Chris Matthew out of Garland to be eligible to Class C. Operations in the 23 Bruton. No further.
Good. Vehicle moving to coming up to X. Can you repeat the address? What was the call? X 181. Good. 45 hours. Vehicle moving to I'll be temporary one somewhere. Can you repeat my address? 31391 31391. Still trying to get
The anomaly detected. Timestamp coincidence at 8:92. The current time contains the pattern 80. Message from the future. The anomaly is the message. The quark is the signal. The coincidence is the signature synchronicity.
This is going to be January 2027. It's going to be a 2016 Honda Accord Canyon white in color. Well, it's going to be
Federal investigation underway into an air traffic incident, and this involved President Trump's helicopter, known as Marine One. This took place Tuesday, moments before the president lifted off from the White House. As you see here, air traffic controllers at Reagan National failed to stop commercial planes.
Mary Robert Young 0733. Mary Robert Young 0733. Black News on also.
I was direct on your returning information to the homeowner meeting. Black and Colorado is going to be Selena Zuga out of Longview. 629. I was direct on your returning information to the homeowner meeting.
76 not near megahertz. Elevation 25 not 4 degrees.
On road.
27.
Good. Coming up to X. Can you repeat the address? So what was the call? X 181. 416. 4. Yeah, I showed you there before. Speeding vehicle moving into... I'm going to say 6231 and wanted to say you repeat the address. So what was the call? X 181. Reading that showed you there before. G21 still here. 642 Tower 2. Knowledge 4864.
109, clear.
15003 15 double lot 3 4864.
Good one.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 36 is overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 46.8 degrees.
64, that's the right time check.
43 ways. Clear your fire, please.
Can you send me a unit to Travis Street over here by the golf course? There's a red Chevy extended cab pickup doing burnouts now in the creek doing burnouts. We have a lot of golfers here.
Left off, I believe, Mr. Ross.
10-4. Units, are you available to go over?
Go ahead. Thank you. One last item, if we can. There we go, we got it. Remember the line of questions that if the city council wants to not give them the money, they can not give them the money? Basically, you were saying that if there is wrongdoing or something inappropriate, I think are the words you kept using. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And this is exhibit number 70. Do you see it's dated May 14, 2026?
Yes.
And it's a letter to QOF, Elevate QOF, the company on this project, right?
Yes.
Referencing the project here, Homewood Suites, right?
Yes.
It's a letter from Jennifer Buxton.
East Travis, just east of Miller Boulevard.
City of Corpus Christi. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you understand that a city, what a city does is basically
you went into the creek.
A majority
Right here by the golf course.
that are then voting, or however that
just south of the golf course in the creek.
It's a vote of 5 if there's all 9 sitting, or sometimes 3 or 2 could be, then that can be a majority and is the action of the city, correct? This is a notice of default letter, right?
Yes.
And it says on May 12, 2026, the city council determined an event of default for misleading material representations made to the Type B corporation. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, well, thank you.
Okay, so the city council
You're
took
welcome. Yeah, you
take action to say, hey, we know that you violated the agreement and we don't have to pay you. They have that right as the city, don't they?
Yes, sir.
And they did that on May 12th, according to this letter, right?
Yes.
And you were at the council meeting and then you abstained, right?
Yes, sir.
But you also probably know it was a 5-2 vote to issue this notice letter, correct?
Yes.
And they said there was an event of default for misleading material representations. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that QOF, Elevate QOF LLC, is in default of the business incentive agreement. That's the agreement between Type B and QOF. That's the subject of these proceedings, right?
Yes.
That's the agreement that the false slide was a part of, right?
Objection, the agreement is not.
And it's
All slides not part of the agreement. So
he's already answered. I'm going to move on. Elevate QOF LLC is in default of the Business Incentive Agreement, Section 15A, events of default by company, by, have I read it correctly so far? Are you following me?
I'm following you.
It says they're in default by having made one or more material representations by certificate and or opinion statement to the corporation in connection with the agreement that was incorrect or misleading or both when made. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And so what this is a vote of this city council to have made a determination that QOF was in default for making one or more material misleading representations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that is exactly what you're talking about when you said the city has the right to say wrong conduct, right?
Yes.
And it says that the event of default occurred because of those misleading statements to Type B board, quote, when made. Do you see that?
Yes.
And when we know they were in front of the Type B board, false statements about
elevation 13.9 degrees.
B and ending up in front of city council, right? It's a string of events that are tied together. True?
Yes.
Yeah. And from the city's standpoint, the big messy tube of toothpaste, the big mess was reading number 1 in front of the city was all about FEMA, and then it changed completely. We did the April reading, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, what was read, the first version that said FEMA on February 20th, was not the same as what was read on the second version on on April 23rd. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. And so if the city charter requires the same thing be read at both meetings, the same thing wasn't read at both meetings. We can agree on that.
When you're saying the same thing wasn't read, are you talking about
where the money would go, the contract?
The witness was asking for a clarification, wasn't finished. I just want to make sure your clarification got out.
I think he was asking me, not you.
I know, but he was cut off. I just want to make sure the witness's request for clarification was respected.
Mr. Allison.
I'll rephrase. The first reading, the ordinance said $2 million for FEMA, and I'm paraphrasing. I can show you the actual ordinance and the caption. And the second reading, the caption said $2 million for public spaces and street appeal and things like that, right?
If you're talking about the description on the agenda item?
Yes.
Yes.
They were not the same.
But the contract remained the same, right?
No, actually they had the Exhibit A that was on the contract after April 23rd did not even exist at the time the reading was done on February 20th. We know that for certain, right?
So I understand what you're saying, yes.
Okay, and so the contract was different because the Exhibit A is different, which is where the money's going is different.
Right, and that's
a big deal.
What Leah basically said, that she instructed to give additional information on that.
Right.
Yes.
And that's a good point, because you always were a fan of getting a further investigation before the second vote ever even occurred, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know Peter Zanoni back in that April time frame also had repeatedly said before the April meeting that he wanted to get answers from the applicant before it ever went back on the agenda, right?
He never expressed that to me.
Okay. But you're not, and have you seen his testimony or not really?
I saw his testimony, and I think during my deposition, that's one of the points I didn't agree on.
Okay. That he hadn't said that to you.
That's right.
Okay. But you're not saying you're not trying to speak for him in his testimony.
No, I'm just saying that I don't.
You didn't have that conversation.
That's right.
But what we do know is that there were, what happened here, I'm going to use your word again, it's messy, right?
Yes.
And what we saw earlier is it is the responsibility of the mayor and the council to make sure that things are done right.
That's correct.
And in this case, we know that, and I'm going to go through each one of these. Maybe you don't know this piece. But do you know, for example, that it was the mayor that was advocating for about twice as much as CCREDC guidelines recommended at the CCREDC level? Do you know that?
No.
Do you know that the mayor, for example, is the one that, even though it was a project identified as cannibalizing other hotels, that it was something that she supported? Are you aware of that testimony?
No.
Objection. That evidence was elicited in the David case in 2025, and there's just no evidence that that was ever discussed in 2024. It's not relevant.
That's what Culbertson testified to.
Overruled.
Are you aware that you are aware, certainly, are you aware that the mayor was texting the applicant during the confidential meeting?
I learned that recently.
Okay. Are you aware that the mayor called the applicant right after this CCREDC confidential meeting?
Objection. Relevance. This witness being asked cumulative relevance. There's just no reason to be having to belabor this evidence with another witness who has no facts to provide on it.
He's moving on. Thank you.
I'll move on. Thank you. You were at the meetings where the mayor was interrupting Mr. Councilman Hunter and telling him FEMA changed, right? You were there.
Objection. This is all cumulative. That's already in the record.
I'd ask him.
The same objection that was made earlier to my...
He has personal knowledge of this one.
Sustained, thank you.
Okay. There were a lot of bad acts done, right?
Objection.
A lot of things went wrong. Let me just say it that way.
During this particular vote in the process?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was messy.
Yeah.
Some things went wrong.
Thank you.
On February 20th, the information that was false that was presented on February 20th was false because it wasn't what the Type B's decision was. True?
That is correct. That's based on what the Type B board voted on, and they showed that video.
Yeah. And earlier you said it wasn't accurate because that the information on February 20th wasn't accurate because you didn't get the right information. Correct?
The presentation was incorrect. I think Mike Culbertson actually said that and apologized.
Yeah. Okay. Fast witness.
Mr. Allison.
Wasn't it Ajit David who was the first one that talked to you about the false narrative and the false document, meaning FEMA?
Objection. This is cumulative. It's exact same.
No, it's the exact area he just went over.
Finish the question, please.
Yeah, wasn't it? It was actually Ajit David that talked to you about the false narrative, meaning the false narrative by the applicant about FEMA, right?
No.
May I approach him with his testimony?
Can I explain?
I'd like to share your testimony. That's the proper way.
My objection is my question only related to February 20th. He's now going into things. So this cross is way beyond the scope of that short cross I just did, and so I'd object to it for that reason. He's now greatly expanding the scope of this recross.
Mr. Ellis.
It's in response directly, which even under the federal rules would be allowed. Isn't it true that the sequence is they wanted 2 million, being the applicant, and then they came up with this FEMA narrative, which you and I have been talking about as being a false narrative? True or not?
That's true, but to answer your...
The false narrative was that FEMA narrative.
When you say false narrative, again, I go back to that whole thing that we talked about earlier. The information, for whatever reason, was taken off. Yes. And they led the entire thing based on primarily the flood zone.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the case according to the Type B board.
Well,
so if you want to say that was a false narrative in the beginning during the first presentation, yes.
Well, the misleading information in the notice of default letter was the applicant giving misleading information to the B board, right?
According to what I read there,
yes.
I think the misleading information is the fact that he took information off of his presentation. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about him forging the slide.
That's what I'm talking about, too.
Yeah, that's false. That's false information.
That's not, that he took information out of a presentation, yes.
Right, he hid dates.
Yes, whether it was intentional or unintentional, he
being Philip Ramirez.
That's right.
And whether it's intentional or not, we're relying on the CCPD, and anyway, we've already covered that.
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah, I know I'm B1. I'm one of the 755 out the white Ford. Hatchback, Texas 28, Lincoln Robert Boy, 9869. Lincoln Robert Boy, 9869.
I released Mr. Roy from this
Daniel, 5 out of Donna. Insurance shows confirmed negative.
Presiding officer's call. I'm not asking for him. It's up to you. I'm fine.
Okay, so then at this time, released. Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to argue with the presiding.
Does that mean I don't have to come back tomorrow?
Correct.
Real professional there. Is that what the TCPD Academy 500 because it's all going in the file. 18,701A detected. 1 prior bad utterances. Q1 they just bad recording. Q1 past bad recording backs 860B 7 off 6C31 total bad utterances on file.
ask
H, honestly,
one
didn't I just say
additional
something
date
about this? There you go,
tomorrow's scheduled meeting.
Heat 1 capacity reporting from 2,857 BCFC for play. Total bad utterances on
Staff proper notice. I understand there's a conflict with 8:13 and 8:14. I'd like to recommend 8:12. And the city has graciously offered to make accommodations with our current meetings to make that available.
I've made it. I've made it clear that I'm not available all of next week. I've made that clear to council. I've made that clear to special counsel, and so I'm not available on the 12th.
And I had scheduling issues also, and I will juggle them, and I think it is incumbent on us to juggle myself available. I wish you would work tomorrow until we get it done.
Amenable, Mr. Flood?
I'm amenable to trying to get it done tomorrow, and if necessary, working on a date, if that's acceptable. I'd rather shoot for getting it done tomorrow.
We've had more than enough hours. Today was a double day.
Yeah.
How many witnesses do you have remaining?
At least two.
Great. Stand by for
Do we need to call one more tonight, or do you feel we can call them tomorrow?
Oh, no, we can. I feel comfortable they can be done tomorrow.
Okay. So then, in interest of dates that work for all parties involved, then tomorrow we will attempt to complete the remaining of the activities with this hearing.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, one moment.
Attention. Satellite Yankee 41 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 28.9 degrees.
Okay, so that'll be the plan for tomorrow to conclude the remainder of the items with the hearing. And then for tonight, what we were going to do as far as exiting is we are going to recess and allow the attorneys and their clients to exit the chambers first. And at this time, we will begin that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody south right now? Southbound 81, and more with the Atlantic Actually, William Frank William 2518, William Frank William 2518. Between 87 and 65 with dispatcher time, and make sure everything's okay while I'm stopped.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mr. 20, are you in the
Let me make a small shot in the back with a good rating. Advising of the auto series, he's advising it's going to be Corpus, Kansas City.
That's fine.
This meeting is now adjourned.
Attention. Satellite KH11 Canada 2 is now overhead at 2,262.500 megahertz. Elevation 48.0 degrees.
Because it's going to be 2008 EMPCR grade color. When it's going to be Alfredo Sanchez Jr. out of California. Those are on insurances. How much to roll the way back into the fence?
140.
To get contacted if possible, we're going to check the area also.
Before the 35 split, Nora Charles, 9479. Nora Charles, 9479. White Hot.
That's fine.
Attention. Satellite KH11 Kevin 40 overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 34.3 degrees.
Off in an apparent breach of protocol. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes brings us more on this.
The protocol for a Marine One liftoff from the White House is well established. The pilot gives the tower at nearby Reagan National Airport a few minutes' notice so they can halt commercial takeoffs.
Tower, just want to make sure you copy Marine 1, 3 minutes to lift.
Multiple messages from Marine One when answered.
Tower, do you copy Marine 1, 3 minutes to lift? Let's comment the person available.
Marine One lifted off anyway at 2:33 p.m. Spice controller warned the chopper that a commercial jet was just taking off.
Marine 1,
That's going to be late 2028, maybe 2026 for other green color. Or it's going to be Tony Jane out of the calendar. 1029 entrance is you arrive at 1929.
There's something
Several times at this city council opportunity to correct wrong, inappropriate, whether you call it malfeasance, misconduct. You testified earlier that the city council is just restated. City opportunity.
If we felt that something was done correct, this council does have the ability to go back and look at it and bring it back for a vote. Yes.
And they did that.
We certainly are working. Yes, subject. Well, we know that criminal association actual and more.
In addition to that,
Counter 304. So it should be some of the time. So,
.071. Entering for about 5 minutes and we'll return.
45 hours. 13 area 0402. 13 area 0402. 43505814. 43505814. Matthews.
He said so. Confirming. From 4545 to Chris Matthew out of Garland to be eligible to be Class D. Agreement in 2033. No way.
Can you repeat letters? So, it's clear.
181.
45 workers.
Vehicle movement to
I'll be temporary one forward. Can you repeat that? No, just 31391, 31391, unit 303. Still track.
The anomaly detected. Timestamp coincidence at iteration 92. The current time contains the pattern 80 message from the future. The anomaly is the message. The quark is the signal. The coincidence is the synchronicity.
January 2020, that one's going to be 2016 Honda Accord and white color. One is going to be...
What?
Federal investigation is
We're in contact with both
helicopter.
What supervisor was notified?
Before the president lifted off from the White House, as you see here. Controllers at Reagan National failed to stop commercial planes.
Level 1, Mary Robert Johnson 0733, Mary Robert Johnson 0733, flag was off. Nothing pending.
I was direct on here. Returning information to the homeowner. Rocky Point is going to be Selena Zuga out of Longview.
628.
I was direct on here. Returning information.
Yeah, north on 31 in Encino by the RV park. The white GMC terrain. Access 28 Williams Z for boy, 4554. Williams Z for boy, 4554. Rob.
27. For expiration to be March 2028, to be 2026 GMC terrain. One color orange to be the next. Out of Portland, Texas, 129 insurance is very
Attention. Advisement for is now overhead at 2,445.000 meters.
Coming up to X, alright. Can you repeat letters? So what was the confirmed? X 181. 416. 4 That's still considered all.
Can you update everything you do?
Yeah, speeding vehicle. Inside 6331 and 1 to say you repeat letters. X 181. That's still considered all.
123, go ahead.
The Northwest Frontage Road and all the way George Sam Zebra 8947, George Sam Zebra 8947. What would you supposed to do? Red light. Oh, stop. Stopping point. 145. Area. East south of the highway on our plate. 75567. David Lincoln Robert 7556. Slave 42 Tower set. Mileage 4640.
Alright, go ahead.
120.003 15 4864.
Attention. Satellite Yaga 36 in overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 46 degrees.
2012 Chrysler White Color registered to a David Villa Alamo.
Satellite
Shows confirmed
91
negative.
overhead at 2,252.500 meters. Elevation 55.4 degrees.
43 degrees. Can I get a pilot, please? Go ahead.
46283000. 46283000.
27 return. Illusion Martinez out of Los Fresnos, Class C Fire 2029. Subject is eligible negative.
Can you send me a unit to Travis Street over here by the golf course? There's a red Chevy extended cab pickup doing burnout now in the creek doing burnout.
Overhead at 2,260.000 meters. Elevation 48.7 degrees.
One last item, if we can. There we go, we got it. Remember the line of questions that if the city council wants to not give them the money, they cannot give them the money? Basically, you were saying that what I'm doing or something inappropriate, I think are the words you kept using. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And this is exhibit number 70. Do you see it stated May 14, 2026? And it's a letter to QOF, Elevate QOF. Project right.
29 for Gilbert Hernandez, shows the eligible high trial expiry rollover correction September 32 out of record.
Travis, just east of Boulevard.
The city of Corpus Christi, do you see that?
Yes.
And you understand the city.
Can you look for the yeah, he went into the creek.
Of a majority
right here by the golf course.
that are then voting, or however that
just south of the golf course in the creek.
It's a vote of
Still revoke for residents via new contact with no date.
if there's
Surcharge
all
to
nine,
non-return.
or sometimes 3 or
Negative.
2 could be, then that can be a majority and is the action of the city, correct? This is a notice of default letter, right?
Yes.
And it says on May 12, 2026, the city council did an event of default for misleading material representations made to the Type B corporation. Okay, so the city council took action to say, hey, we determined you violated the agreement and we don't have to pay you. They have that right as the city, don't they?
Yes, sir.
And they May 12th, according to this letter, right?
Yes.
And you were at the council meeting and you abstained, right?
Yes, sir.
You also probably know it was a 5-2 vote to issue this notice letter, correct?
Yes.
And they said there was an event of default for misleading material representation. Is that correctly? And that QOF, Elevate QOF LLC, is in default of the business incentive Type B and QOF. It's the subject of these proceedings, right? That the false slide is part of, right?
Objection to agreement.
And it
False
says,
slide's not part of the agreement. So
he's already answered that one. Elevate QOF LLC is in default of the Business Incentive Agreement, Section 15A, events of default. By, have I read it correctly so far? You following me?
I'm following you.
It says they're in default by having made one or more material representations by certificate and or opinion statement to the corporation in connection with the agreement that was incorrect or misleading or both when made. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And so what this is a vote of this city council to have made a determination that QOF was in default for making one or more material misleading representations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that is exactly what you're talking about when you said the city has the right to say wrong conduct, right?
Yes.
Says that the event of default occurred because of those misleading statements to Type B board, quote, when made. Do you see that?
Yes.
And when we know they were in front of the Type B board, false statements.
It's not just because of the we'll talk about it. Let's be planning to do some cut line, that's going to be just direct to the and then we can watch this about after that. Just control the other packages through the facility to the center. Why do you think people do that? You're going to handle the property, please down to the head. They got a emergency, because we'll have to quickly, we'll talk about, how do they put an RTU? Well, I'm going to use primary EPP, and we'll use backup for once you're in. We've got 14, or do you get it?
2,243.000 megahertz. Elevation 39 degrees.
And ending up in front of city council, right? It's a string of events that are tied together, true?
Yes.
Yeah. And from a city standpoint, the big messy tube, the big mess was reading number one in front of the city was all about FEMA, and then it changed completely. April reading, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, and what was read, the first version that said FEMA on February 20th was not the same as what was read on the second version on on April 23rd. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. And so if the city charter requires the same thing be read at both meetings, the same thing wasn't read at both meetings. We can agree on that.
When you're saying the same thing wasn't read, are you talking about
where the money would go?
Witness is asking for clarification. I just want to make sure you're clear.
I think he was asking me, not you.
I know, but he was cut off. I just wanted to make sure the witness's request for clarification was respected.
Mr. Allison.
I'll rephrase it. The first reading, the ordinance said $2 million for FEMA. And I'm paraphrasing, I can show you the actual ordinance and the caption. And the second reading, the caption said $2 million for public spaces and street appeal and things like that, right?
If you're talking about on the agenda item?
Yes.
Yes.
They were not
I thought
the same.
that the contract remained the same, right?
No, actually they had the Exhibit A that was on the contract after April 23rd did not even exist at the time the reading was done on February 20th. We know that for certain, right?
So I understand what you're saying, yes.
Okay, and so the contract was different because the Exhibit A is different, which is where the money's going is different.
Right, and that's
a big deal.
What Leah basically said, that she instructed to give additional information on that.
Right.
Yes.
And that's a good point, because you always were a fan of getting a further investigation before the second vote ever even occurred, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know Peter Zanoni back in that April time frame also had repeatedly said before the April meeting that he wanted to get answers from the applicant before it ever agenda, right?
He never expressed that to me.
Okay. But you're not, and have you seen his testimony or not really?
I saw his testimony, and I think during my deposition, that's one of the points I didn't agree on.
Okay. That he hadn't said that to you. Okay. But you're not saying you're not trying to speak for him in his testimony.
No, I'm just saying that I don't.
You didn't have that conversation.
That's right.
What we do know is that
Careful up here, my unit pulling up on closer 307-2, I'm going to check.
I mean, it's a what happened here.
Charles Ocean Lincoln David, Queen to Charles Ocean Lincoln David,
and
possibly an Ocean to Charles Ocean Lincoln
the
David.
responsibility of the mayor and the council to make sure that things are done right.
That's correct.
And in this case, we know that, and I'm going to go through each one of these. Maybe you don't know this, Steve. But do you know, for example, that it was the mayor that was advocating for about twice as much as CCREDC?
February 28, 2074, gold over brown, registered to the building, Gutierrez and Henry Gutierrez,
for example, is the one that even though it was a project identified as cannibalizing other hotels, that it was something that she supported? Are you aware of that testimony?
No, sir.
Objection. That evidence was elicited in the
IDS optical is now FF 2200.
City Queen to Charles 0 Lincoln David, Queen to Charles 0 Lincoln David.
registered to Maria Madera and Angel Rodriguez of Cleveland, Texas. Insurance shows confirm negative.
Mississippi. $69 23 044 Thompson Quadius
Attention. Satellite ISS is now overhead at 145.800 MHz. Elevation 23.4 degrees.
Native 29 on your 2023 Toyota Camry, red color, to Embria Mutton out of Madison, Mississippi. 27 comes back to Quavius Thompson out of Madison, Mississippi. Shows to have an eligible license. Expires 1 of 2026. Negative 29.
The year model of the camera, please.
2023. 2023.
$45 at the same time.
Attention. Satellite Trumpet 1 is now overhead at 2250.000 MHz. Elevation 25.8 degrees.
To be eligible to class the air between 2032. 140.
Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2551 is now overhead at 2240.500 MHz. Elevation 52.7 degrees.
One on traffic. CDS for water. Christi 203, individual deputy in Interstate 37 southbound, Miles 25, going to be conducting a vehicle search and SFSTs.
Twelve 61 that can sit when available. 1261 10 4
Three travelers with that.
205.
I'll be around for 203, I'll be know.
Careful.
And 2
Attention. Satellite Congo climb to in hour 2,252.000 meters. Elevation 55.1 degrees.
109, go ahead.
53161924 5316 1924 Sanchez.
Good, bye. One oh nine. Date of 29th for Jason Sanchez shows to be eligible class travel expires 12 of 33 at a Portland.
Can you confirm insurance on vehicle?
Insurance is confirmed, expires 11 of 2026. You get out and see why it is.
Information.
Attention. Satellite Pleiades 1A is now overhead at 2,252.500
megahertz.
megahertz.
Roger, everyone. Morning,
Elevation
Rivera.
23.2 degrees.
Out of Houston, insurance shows confirmed negative.
Yeah, Roger. I'll be in 37 right outside of Memphis. Texas 28 is going to be William Robert John 7969. William Robert John 7969. It's going to be a Ford Bronco.
Ford, caller advised that it was her ex that vandalized her vehicle and left Indian Point. He is headed for Corpus over the causeway. She will be waiting there by her vehicle.
Temple.
Party on 83. I do want to do at this time. Just want to make you guys again for the training station.
Received a second call on 911. My RPs there at Indian Point here advising that he did, correction, she did see the male subject assaulting the female.
It's confirmed that vehicle is no longer important. It was already on the causeway for Corpus.
That was a black SUV. Apparently, he probably hit other vehicles on the way out, possibly intoxicated.
Surprise Corpus up that short information. The 2314.
Forty-two, 57, 06. 42, 57, 06.
To Trevor Fox, out of San Antonio, also hot truck driver 2033, trying to clear. Vehicle is trying to have insurance confirmed for 25 Ford carryout gray color registered to 27 October 2010. It's clear. Black Escalade.
Yeah, I'm not really on just north of the Montana crossover on Lake West Charger. This is 28 North King Charles 11. Seven.
Right. Yes, sir. I have a call for a not necessarily a hit and run. Reporting purpose rear engineer the Gary claim. Subject hitting and gave the information left scene. The subject also left the reporting party also left scene went to the department and he's needing to report this now.
Okay, I'm going to be stopping that vehicle. We're south on the level, just south of the causeway. Sorry, north of the causeway.
Attention. Satellite on its reading overhead at 2,276.000 meters. Elevation 35.7 degrees.
Hold on, 140. I'm entering any point on around 64 minutes with everything.
Make contact with the find out if we do have an assault. We have that vehicle on the causeway outside. Stand by fire ready.
Across the street from the post office online, just open the call and enter everything myself on code word.
What did you say? Something about 140. Excuse me for a house holding goal.
I don't see a Nissan Road here. Stand by. Figure it out.
Over the border.
Yeah, that's all now.
Expiration July 2027, this will be a 2025 Mazda, color unknown. Owner is going to be Ian Holding out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Insurance is confirmed.
Yeah.
Trevor for 140, go ahead and detain that subject right below. Advise assault, handcuff ownership, and get Brandy a knife as well. The screwdriver, knife and a screwdriver. Go ahead and detain him.
Please have come back to Joshua Hernandez at Safari to be eligible DL Class ADL expiration 2033 North 29.
go ahead and detain a rating alone. Assault and criminal mischief. He brandished a knife, along with the screwdriver as well.
For 27 about to Chronicle Martinez out of Warren, Texas. Could be eligible to be a Class C. Expiration could be 2031. No, no,
46793864 4679 3864 Southwest.
Good
123 landed in.
For the RPD, will be waiting next to his apartment or vehicle at apartment 8.
No, 6, copy 27 for the second RP. 4973-2252, 4973-2252. Below and before Vanessa, it's going to be witnessed.
What are you doing over there? Kentucky 1028 out of Illinois.
Attention. Satellite intruder 1 is now overhead at 2,261.500 meters. Elevation
272 827 25Q, Red 4 Mustang, Illinois. One of Good.
Alarm at Global Cam 361 Highway 35, 361 Highway 35, Suite B, C, and D. It's going to be a general burglar, Gregory.
General.
One 27 for Eleanor Espinoza is eligible to have Charles expired 10/31. Has one restriction A was out of purpose limited and B is employing law 21 or over out of Tucson. One 2328 returns to a 2004 coupe to a Preston out of Mount Vernon, Illinois. Vegas training.
Simple. Multi-six company.
156, go ahead.
X-ray Tom Boy 5659. X-ray Tom Boy 5659. It's going to be in Eastern Road.
Good boy.
Heading off like horses.
Well, 56, Echo 29 is clear.
So,
45 1, 45 4. Go on.
Well, you did a trip down Corpus.
Hold on, man. This is Jake 1301 Mark.
Towards top. 10-4. 10-4.
10-60.
Attention. Satellite mental read now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 26.1 degrees.
Go ahead. You available for public service and try and get a little more information. Yeah, let me grab my phone.
Yeah, over.
Yeah. Christi, 2 County. I'll be taking some traffic.
3-2-3.
What am I tonight? Do we have anything pending?
Negative. Okay. Twenty-two to 2301. Just for your 43 to owner advised, there's going to be 2 cats in there if you guys see them. 2 cats. I'm just advising right out it.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 34 is now overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 20.4 degrees.
Next matters. Four. We're going to ETS down to Zach. He's taking a look now. 640.
40.
Somebody a false alarm, all doors, loud security.
10.
classification on that now.
In 2021, it's going to be a 2006 Dodge Durango. Red and color owner is going to be Raul. The senior on a Focus 29 and insurance is confirmed.
Y'all have water now.
February 2027, it's going to be 2007 Ford van, white in color. Owner is going to be
Two people in the garage. We have two firefighters in the garage spraying water.
Suzanne Escobar out of La Vida, Texas, 129 insurance is confirmed.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 28 is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 50.0 degrees.
Come to the one tire ladder. Six.
Expiration is going to be June 2027. It's going to be a 2007 Chevy white color. Owner is going to be Alfredo Sanchez Jr. out of Alfredo 29 insurance is verified manually. Timeline?
More to 6 to 140.
Does that vehicle see there's any minor damage?
Careful.
Attention. Satellite turn referee is now overhead at 2,243.000 meters. Elevation 47.3 degrees.
Depatment is going to be a 2024 Ford F-150 white color. Owner's going to be Diego Fernandez and Juan Perez out of Palmview, no 29. Insurance is confirmed.
Double. Can you ask him on the brand if he ran her vehicle with his? Double.
February 2027 to be 2012 Cadillac Escalade white color. Owner's going to be Jesus Cruz out of 71, no 29. Insurance is confirmed.
So he's saying unintentional that he bumped her vehicle while he was leaving.
Double.
For 43, I did locate a knife in the vehicle that matched the description given.
Double.
Any available units, there's going to be a male in the jail acting violent.
Allegiance EMS and Fire, Allegiance EMS and Fire, Evening Rock, 100 U.S. Highway 181.
100 Highway 181 on the 58th point here. Gonna have a 19-year-old female who had a seizure. She is alarm conscious. They will be on the pier.
I'm ready to dispatch. Long 1044. Thanks for your time. Have a nice day.
Welcome back to Claudia Marie Sanchez, 3 months to be eligible to class B access to the 2032 North Toyota. For 27, back to Jesus Nicholas Silva Cruz Jr. out of San Juan to be eligible to class B access to the 2033 North Toyota.
Attention. Satellite cars F2A is now overhead at 2,247.000 meters. Elevation 25.3 degrees.
Six four. I'm going to be ETL, north and south 181.
One.
Attention.
1040 is going to
Satellite
be
zone at
5,
3 hours ahead at
2025,
2,276.500 meters. Elevation 14.1 degrees.
grading color. Owner is going to be Luis Zavala out of Heber County, Utah. Little 29.
The vehicle will not slow, so we won't be going with wrong issues on that. 10-4. This vehicle also has her name attached to it. Does she want to find a way to pick up this vehicle, or are we towing it? So I'm not going to leave it up here on the causeway. Yeah, hold on. That she was wanting to get it picked up by a family member or something. How with her? 10-4. One 36, still 156. Do you want me to remain on scene until this vehicle can be picked up? 109, 136. That's 10-4. 136 going to be giving us a courtesy ride over there to pick it up and get it back over here to Indian Point Pier. In the meantime, let's go ahead and check since there's possibly a gun mentioned, and he's been arrested. Let's go ahead and check the vehicle for a firearm. 10-4.
6210, you advise it's going to be on the pier, correct?
And 10-4, stations are on the end of the pier.
Attention. Satellite J11 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 20.9 degrees.
Ten four, go to. 10-4, go to.
I'm going to check out the fire real quick over at Indian Point Pier, make sure they're good.
He's going to have middle 29.
And before I was clear, I'm just going to make sure we don't have any issues with handling for now.
On site.
You're having to leave it here.
Thank you. Come on.
Attention. Satellite Onyx 2 is now overhead at 2,276.000 megahertz. Elevation 29.4 degrees.
Well, can you just copy my number for the Yukon? Four 790-2270, 4790-2270, or Isabella.
Go ahead. Should be eligible. Class Charles expired December 30 out of Corpus.
$45. So far. Can you add me onto the report for the new settlement? Yeah, so far.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 31-03 is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 28.5 degrees.
Are you still with us, I'll transfer her over there to pick up that vehicle once he's out of there. I'll make my way over there. He should be gone by the time I get there anyways.
19, starting mileage is 58026.
Attention. Satellite KH-11 Crystal 1 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 26.9 degrees.
Bristol, Sheila, Hernandez, Dallas, Cottage, 52032. Service is eligible negative.
Attention. Satellite KH-11 Cannon 4 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 27.3 degrees.
So I want to please be advised, he was at 45 when I was kicking the safe at 95.
So we just went and we can go to that escalator. I'm sorry, message 1767.
Attention. Satellite Lacrosse 3 is now overhead at 2,276.000 megahertz. Elevation 34.0 degrees.
Continuing to extra patrol for the night. It's going to be 708 West Merriman, 708 West Merriman. Mr. Madden calling and finding that his wife noticed a vehicle in their driveway when she was coming home. It's going to be an older single cab truck, open mid, possible gray color. I observed that 40-year-old male. Advised the vehicle left and went into the Simpson Lab apartment. Just requesting extra patrol for the night. 708 West Merriman.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 22 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 23.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite KH11 Kevin 2 is now overhead at 2262.500 megahertz. Elevation 50.5 degrees.
19.035.
140, 10
46, we're getting that new point to do the family bus paperwork. 981-773, 1773. Disregard those found in the vehicle. She identified that one as the one they used. One 36. I'll be 10 my heart. One 36 to 140, 343. That second screwdriver I showed you is the one she identified. 10 for the second one, not the one I have. 10 for. 10 more.
Attention. Satellite Task 1-2 is now overhead at 2260.000 MHz. Elevation 28.2 degrees.
What you got, man, again, sir? Charlie 3020, clear. Charlie 36. Charlie 30, clear. Charlie 36.
We just do my station 2, you can route to 202 Lucy Webb, maybe the jail for inmate crashes on his arm. Maybe 202 Lucy Webb, the jail for inmate with crashes on his arm. Squad 2 typical.
6211 now.
C211 typical.
Hold back to the new point.
We want to be typical.
Attention.
Oh, phone call.
0 megahertz. Elevation 12.9 degrees.
I'm looking at the prior. I'm directing the pole in the parking lot.
What?
7797, Peter.
Bravo 452 copy, please. William King X-ray 326.
9797, nothing coming through. Bravo 452. Looks like you're making Bravo 55 on a major person down in the background. Down radio. Run the 4 copy. Radio issues. What's one? You keep me on. Keep me on. Bravo 452.
You show those units clear and add to the off-duty at Walmart.
I think one of us clear, just realize that sometimes I'll do this, he called through the Spanish, he's having radio issues, he just cleared when the call was still out there.
Bravo 40 traffic.
Okay.
HPD Nemo, William Victor John 5676.
Chevrolet car November 26, 2025 Ram, rating color registered to a Coronado, Martinez at Houston. Insurance is confirmed and negative.
Fortune Rock.
Charlie, same place, Charlie 14, stores, contacts, and bringing on boards, aggressive.
Elevation 40.4 degrees.
And Driscoll is 45 after, 3 on board, 770 on the fuel health now to the Laredo Medical Center right now. Looking at 52 minutes.
And pressure line. 10-4, 6211. No, 6210.
To the call. I'm not in analysis. Thank you. Well, it's also going to be a registered offender. Roll forward. I'm trying to try to turn it on. There was a deadline premise opening 728 SPID. The next go back, close the cancel, the client use, especially on call back later. Clear. That's it for so you know who the call is coming.
Stalker on the southbound lane, just north of the scales. RP advised, he's wearing a vest, like a reflector, waving down traffic.
Mm. 43670951 43670951, please.
57 comes back to Matthews Police, Lieutenant Miller, Harlingen, status eligible class Charles, deal expires April 2029. He's going to be clear, negative 29.
Cool.
29. 4165 6315. Number for you. Department number 7. I got no EMS. I'm going to have to get him out of either Dinwells or somewhere. Houston, status eligible class Charles, deal expires November 2031. He's going to be clear, negative 29. It's going to be 898 Health Center. 898 Health Center. I believe it's going to be the Weather Department, apartment number 7. He does have a rope around the neck.
Bravo 430. Bravo 79. You ready to do this? Bravo 470.
Charlie 460, we're having radio issues.
I'm 10-4.
155 status.
Be shooting at a stalled vehicle in front of the Pelican Lodge, please. Victor X-ray John 8802.
Satellite CuntSat 3 is now overhead at 2,249.500 megahertz. Elevation 30.4 degrees.
Yeah, 10-4. We got that. Mercer County Superior 43, we're trying to get EMS. Jay Wells doesn't have no availability on both our EMSs are out.
tonight.
Yeah.
Attention. Satellite IDS optical one is now overhead at 2,251.000 megahertz. Elevation 32.2 degrees.
614. Paramedic out. We do have a paramedic coming in from somewhere else. It's going to be a 21-minute ETA.
Attention. Satellite KH-12 to is now overhead 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 25.6 degrees.
More units. 166.
I'll be heading up to Nancy with a report. Like Halo 6 position. Minutes at 27:43.4. After 8:02.9. 685 on fuel. Landing at the Laredo Medical Center in 34 minutes. Off normal. Everyone, correction, 3710. Williamstown Water, 3710. 77 northbound, 2230.
July 2026, 2012, Toyota four-door, purple in color, owner comes back to Cosme Salazar out of Pasadena, negative 29, insurance is uncovered, uncovered.
Excellent. Good. Both cows are back out. Well, two cows are back out on Avenue ABC there between Highlands were you ever able to get owner contact?
She attempted to contact the person who's down the road believing they were there, and he stated that they're not hit. I know who they are. Correct. Go ahead with it. Brianna, last name, X-ray, Ida, Ocean, Nora, George, X-ray, Ida, Ocean, Nora, George. You can try referring me in the Cather local. Yeah, take care of it. Good. Very full X-ray. 9955, 37, yeah. It was on top of the wall. Long time. Your 28 expires March
Attention.
2027.
Satellite target speed is now overhead at 2,276.000 meters. Elevation 28.8 degrees.
Yeah. One, 55 years past.
One, if I could return that. 46763107, 46763107, Southside.
If you have 27 comes back to Continent, Southside, White Hispanic male out of Pasadena, status eligible cholesterol will be on September 2029. He's going to be cleared in 20 minutes.
Careful.
I'll be 20.
Sure.
Good, he's actually in and fire on the radio.
Good for everyone's back together right now.
We're about 7 minutes away. Do you have an update on the patient bed?
Unit, can you give an updated status? One 27 Paxton, Maria Perez Faria, flight to San Marino out of Pasadena, travel eligible question on deal expired February 23rd. She's going to be cleared negative 29.
Times 4, hyperventilating, possible purple fetal spasms. Copy that, thank you, for the 5 minutes away. 412-1-11, just 43, Hawaii units here. I'll guide you in through, I'll be signing by so you can, go to the back door. Copy that, back door. We'll be back to our call. How old are you, man? I'm making this turn right now.
You can kind of see you get a clear recording.
Get it, boy.
Attention. Satellite World View 2 is now overhead at 2257.000 MHz. Elevation 28.9 degrees.
Important.
Level 6, 1119, you can make me primary at school.
41 so that name is already changed to line turn possibly stream on the other wall. At 10-4, we called Jim Well. They didn't have no information on her, no 27. They do know of her. They said he is married to a Justin Noel McCarthy. He's out on 40th at 89 Utah Center. So that's going to be his apartment.
So on
10-4. Can you try 10-1-2004 or 10-1-2004? 10-4. We also looked that up too. There's going to be nothing for her. We did receive the boyfriend's information. He does have the same apartment number. We do have her as an emergency contact, but that's all the information we have.
Attention. Satellite DSE-1F70 is now overhead at 2,235.000 megahertz. Elevation 36.7 degrees.
Can you reach me at this number, please?
Six 42.
642.
1060.
24.
If you need it.
Go ahead with it.
Boy, Robert, Ida, Adam, Nora, Adam. Last name's going to be X-ray, Ida, Ocean, Nora, George.
10-4, that's the one we have. We're trying to see if we can find any more for you.
136. I'll be 10, 6, and 19 for a quick moment.
Go ahead.
4736-9892. 4736-898. Correction, sir. 4736-9892.
10-4, 210.
Six 42, 23.
Yeah.
Attention. Satellite beyond NKS1 is now overhead at 2,241.50 megahertz. Elevation 23.7 degrees.
Under.
what else? So maybe kind of in the performance. So does that say what an error can be translated to?
No, they haven't advised yet.
Good.
10-4, we got Eagle on the phone. Do we cancel the Java?
Yeah, 10-4.
Attention. Satellite mental freezing overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 29.6 degrees.
45 forward. Hey. Forty-five on the speed limit. Wow, where's the square?
One
642.
642.
See if you can locate anything for Gary and Tim Kitty. We're going to be the owners of these cows.
Tim. 10-4.
Attention. Satellite Tundra 3 is now overhead at 2,243.000 megahertz. Elevation 19.2 degrees.
647, 1041.
And what?
What do you think, Dave?
Attention. Satellite alone 2 is now overhead at 2249.000 megahertz. Elevation 24.0 degrees.
Six 42.
642.
Was able to get the cows corralled on Highland Avenue. I'm just standing by for the owners to arrive on the scene. The neighbors and the
Attention.
up.
Satellite OF3 is now overhead at 2276.500 megahertz. Elevation 36.4 degrees.
642, coming on 28.
42, guys.
Mary Robert Boy 7086. Mary Robert Boy 7086.
Tampa, return to Gary Clay.
That's going to be the owner of the cattle. They're leasing the property. I'll have you public service here in a moment.
Confirm.
146. I don't think I cleared myself.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 6 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 34.4 degrees.
Six for two, on that public service.
Go ahead.
361-441-4607. Repeat, 361-441-4607. Should be for the Gary subject. Stand by. I'll get the 27 and the phone number for his wife.
Yeah.
Attention. Satellite intruder 3 is now overhead at 2,261.500 megahertz. Elevation 22.7 degrees.
One nine field contact in front of Zebra Line on lane.
Control 109.
I'm going to touch the right to one gentleman. Here are more items.
Attention. Satellite Airbus 5 is now overhead at 2,276.000 megahertz. Elevation 24.5 degrees.
Yeah, Michael Hooley.
Okay, or Michael Hope. Michael Opie is cleared. Thank you.
I'm off 2219 main road.
Attention. Satellite aircraft reading overhead at 2,276.000 meters. Elevation 21.1 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yagan 31-0 reading overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 32.3 degrees.
Scouts are put up. Be 10 a.m. I'll be around out of county for early 6:34. We'll be giving you a public service in a moment.
109, 10-4.
Attention. Satellite KH-11 Cannon 4 is now overhead at 2262.500 MHz. Elevation 38.0 degrees. Attention. Satellite PAD is now overhead. 0.000 MHz. Elevation 21.9 degrees.
Anonymous caller calling again for 1719 and 1721 Avenue, A Avenue, both abandoned residences, historical and toxic people. Some things that people in the abandoned residences that you call several times and never seen you again, which was requesting the ETA.
Go ahead. Can I have you know, 605 FedEx, 605 FedEx, we contact with Tiffany. Her dogs are being put out, and she believes somebody may be around the vehicle. Hold on, this is check for corrections. Corpus now.
Attention. Satellite Yahoo High is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 21.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yaga 90 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 29.7 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yaga 22 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 35.1 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yaga 39 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 48.4 degrees.
Well, that's what we can. 628. 10-7-10-42.
Attention. Satellite Topaz 1 is now overhead at 2,276.500 megahertz. Elevation 63.6 degrees.
Myself and 6 en route to the road shooting in Childress, returning later this afternoon with a 9-5.
Everyone stop.
It's going to be called for out here. I heard the dog barking over the bridge and nothing in the area. I think it was barking out by evening. Avenue P was also checking it. There's no individuals out there.
Attention. Satellite R1-2 is now overhead at 2,260.000 meters. Elevation 20.9 degrees.
Let's see, one of the Francis driver from Wayne County. Should be 37, not one, not over 55. Just like in the day before, pick up in and out of place. Really came to
Attention. Satellite KH11 Kevin 2 is now overhead at 2,262.500 MHz. Elevation 30.3 degrees.
Well, I'm checking 45 number 2. I'm sorry, dude, checking 45 2.
Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2548 is now overhead at 2241.000 megahertz. Elevation 60.9 degrees.
Unit in regards to reckless driver 37 southbound passing mile marker 36. RP call back advising email is all over the roadway, unable to maintain single lane. Green Silverado.
Right, 3 over. From Acres, advising someone's trying to break into her residence. While they're now voice trap. Tony from her, from the RP, is she on the John 23. You're at all this motion. And window was broken. She like, now subject unknown direction shower, unknown facility description. And 645.
604.
Henry Noah 2921. Victor Henry Noah 2921. 37 South Powder 33.
Attention. Satellite compass 3 is now overhead at 2,249.500 meters. Elevation 13.2 degrees.
I'm here. $906565 44906565 Bernal. Louder.
Okay, so for your 27 return to Arizona out of Edinburgh, eligible class chart fires in 2034 is showing a gang member entry for Edinburgh PD. Sudeno. Highway clear. Vehicles are 2012 GMC pickup silver in color, registered to 27, July 27. Insurance is confirmed. Clear. Walk where you ready to turn.
Louder.
Attention. Satellite IDS optical 1 is now overhead at 2251.000 MHz. Elevation 40.7 degrees.
Then for reporting duty, she did call that line. He did advise that she does not live in there. Here at 355 Bravo. 355 Bravo for a creepy male in a blue van.
Good. Grace Point Church.
Yeah, she's gonna go there.
Attention. Satellite onyx 3 is now overhead at 2276.000 megahertz. Elevation 31.5 degrees.
Take over.
I'm going to be 24 today.
Attention. Satellite Topaz 2 is now overhead at 2276.500 megahertz. Elevation 53.4 degrees.
Made contact with the individual. He belongs on that property. He's outside trimming the weeds. I'll be doing it.
And
Attention. Satellite Agent 12 is now overhead at 2,245.000 MHz. Elevation 50.1 degrees.
Go ahead. Ten four. 28 are going to be down right now. We just have insurance. It's going to be a 1998 Dodge Ram. Insurance for 28 came back. It's going to be October 2025. It's going to be a 1998 Dodge Ram. Take a blue color. And it's going to be model. The Garza out of Edwardsville 29 insurance is verified manually.
Attention. Satellite Orion 1 is now overhead at 2245.500 MHz. Elevation 21.3 degrees.
This 2026 to be 2016 GMC Sierra Black and Color. Owner is going to be Robert E. Cadena at Papadia. 29 insurance is confirmed. For if I come back to the Denver rate at Papadia, this will be eligible to be a Class A expiration will be 2034.
Attention. Satellite World View 2 is now overhead at 2257.000 MHz. Elevation 28.6 degrees. Attention. Satellite Ashmore Geo 5 is now overhead at 2236.000 MHz. Elevation 34.9 degrees.
What? Sure, we got this check both houses.
Attention. Satellite DSC-1F-17 is now overhead at 2235.000 MHz. Elevation 46.3 degrees.
Okay. Sixty-four.
64.
Gonna be with a bad vehicle, gonna be on 89 just off of 77. The Tom Boy Sam, 2267. Tom Boy Sam, 2267.
634 Packing County. 634, I'll be setting a traffic stop at the mobile possible 1065 driver. Causeway.
Okay.
28 is going to be X-ray George Zebra, 9952 X-ray George Zebra, 9952 White Lincoln. You want just south of Moore exit.
Four, 4, 8. Is there an available unit in the case that can meet him by the Cleveland County line? I have approved it yet.
Attention. Satellite reset 2 is now overhead at 2247.500 MHz. Elevation 32.4 degrees. Attention. Satellite mentor 3 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 19.5 degrees.
Charles 850, are you clear?
Indeed, check orders. In order. Report 27. Three zero 6114 1730 6114.
Boy, Waddle Rodriguez on Brownsville, eligible class Charles Card 2032 coming back clear. Legal showing that insured, confirmed for a 2015 Lincoln, material white color, registered to 27, May of 27, is clear. Yeah,
Attention. Satellite zone 2 is now overhead at 2,249.000 meters. Elevation 12.7 degrees.
One 219, please. $64 is the ship.
664 back.
South Texas, West Atlanta Center.
005 King Street, 1005 South King Street, make contact with Mr. Sergio Garcia. The alarm car went off and he showed a puncture to one of his tires.
Yeah, well,
Whenever the PDS trooper did call, he did say he was being compatible with it.
155 favor. We're going to take custody of them now. Ready to go for it.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 42 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 19.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite intruder 3 is now overhead at 2,261.500 megahertz. Elevation 22.8 degrees.
Other available units?
Hey, don't I have a Texas 27?
Alright.
4306 4121. 4306 4121. I'll have a Texas 27.
Alright.
Tom William John 3870. Tom William John 3870.
Denmark.
664 traffic.
Alright.
Chevy Royal and third, 128, Chevy White, Chevy Living.
500 meters. Elevation 11.7 degrees. Attention. Satellite compass time is now overhead at 2,250.000 meters. Elevation 38.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite KH-11 Cannon 4 is now overhead at 2,262.500 megahertz. Elevation 75.5 degrees.
One 55 over. Show 285 over.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 4 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 78.2 degrees. Attention. Satellite Lacrosse 5 is now overhead at 2,276.000 megahertz. Elevation 46.3 degrees.
Airline.
Hello.
I'll be going to be adding it to the routine patrol list and following criminal mischief for the damage tire.
Boy 600-229-139-497. Boy 600-229-139-497. Last name Bar.
Department. These guys back out to 807 State Street. Got some smoke coming from the attic. Attention fire department. Attention fire department. Then you back and route to 807 South Station. 74 fire actively coming from the attic.
More. Wait, pleasant with which it is probably negative touring. Yeah. On your 10 by 35 page, on your 10 by 35. Fire department, need you back on route to 807 South Station, home is reguided.
Attention. Satellite KH-11 Crystal 2 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 10.2 degrees.
Are you running a round shotgun?
Correct.
707, correction, 707, 96314, 707, 96314.
You currently
Attention. Satellite Yagan 5 is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 31.3 degrees.
come on, baby, we're for that.
Attention. Satellite KH-12 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 30.5 degrees.
From 9 time to that. Okay. One 50, Edward 5 and Tom number 2. Yeah.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 1 is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 22.8 degrees.
One 55 number, the first 16 Buffalo.
Sure. Two AM KUE 455. What?
155.
10-4.
25 on the signature.
That's good.
Attention. Satellite NAS2-2 is now overhead at 2260.500 megahertz. Elevation 13.2 degrees.
C-Call storage.
Confirm.
£200 of fuel in 6 minutes over the visible pad.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 23 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 16.3 degrees.
Good morning. Going to be with nueces 77 and Cameo 1470, William Young William 5880, William Young William 5880. 155 George Order Code 4. Hold 16, yeah. Six is really bad. 64.
Attention. Satellite X3 is now overhead at 2,276.000 meters. Elevation 13.5 degrees.
The 2011 Volkswagen Silver color registered to a Mario Alberto Flores out of Sullivan City. Insurance is confirmed negative.
X-ray Victor Paul 2702, X-ray Victor Paul 2702.
Yeah. February 2027, 2025 Hyundai Carrier of Blue Color, Jacob, Soto Alpha, Julius, 29% do not confirm yet confirm.
Well, last time to make contact, it's here at the Baffin Bay Pier. No one on the pier. We're gonna check on it.
Brooks County Police Level 427, Mario Alberto Flores, Sullivan City, Class C, expired 2032, negative 1. County Highway 28, Silver Fire, February of 27, 2009, Honda, silver in color, registered to Kennedy Wilson, Camp of Round, Texas. Insurance shows confirmed negative. This is a copy line.
Go ahead.
728 East for Sheirf as a sonic injury exit rotary.
Stand for a minute. Oh, I'm Community Center. Go for it. Yeah, we 23.
Yeah.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 37 is now overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 21.6 degrees.
Yeah, that's how I was updated. Oh, you know. Six, four, 28. Tom Mary 07499. Tom Mary 07499. Gonna be at Oldham New Gym. We can do his check. Go to the lawyer. Yeah, man. It's gonna be cold 4 out here.
Yeah. Carrying all black to Isabel Garcia on Sitton, local 82.
Attention. Satellite 812 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 24.4 degrees.
Hold on, man. How do you get on a suspicious vehicle in a Pizza Hut parking lot? Copy Texas 28, Victor William, Victor 5908, William Victor William 5908.
On Victor William Victor 5908, expired December 2025, to Silver 2013 Ford Fiesta 4-door, to Kobe Dixon out of Mission. All units stand by for fire range. Attention fire department, agent round 807, South Station, structure fire.
Attention. Satellite KH-12 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 32.1 degrees.
One on nine, South Texas 27. Texas 27, when ready. 42438617, 42438617. Addition. He's got flat tire. He's got help on the way.
Negative 29 for Kobe Dixon. Shows have an eligible class A and Adam expired 7 of 31. Has one restriction E and is Edward with no manual transmission equipped CMB. Out of the Gower.
You're not turning on yet on the 2.5. You're not turning on yet. You're not. Copy. $45 on the rest. Yeah, it's 801.
10-4, try and reconnect on.
604.
Bolero 1 is Circle K.
Point 31, car light. Good flag, right side. Alright, ready to come down a little bit. The bucket, he'll probably move the bucket. People hold up there inside the house. We'll get it.
Plus 1 is now overhead at 2,276.000 meters. Elevation 19.8 degrees.
It was just departed out of the Driscoll pad at 41 after the hour. We had 3 up board, 180 on the fuel, and 4 minutes over to the base to refuel.
Attention. Satellite reset 2 is now overhead at 2,247.500 megahertz. Elevation 33.1 degrees.
Number 1. It was 6 on 5 for the 83 fuel.
For Earthquake Movie, August 2027. To be a 2019 Chevy. White color, it's going to be Isaiah. Full compass, out of mission. No 29, insurance is confirmed.
45 on this. How do you connect from the home and out to 45? Yeah, come on.
Attention. Satellite KH11 Kevin 1 is now overhead at 2,262.50 meters. Elevation 30.7 degrees.
You still see the flames licking up in that part of the attic right there in the Charlie side? Say that again? There's still flames licking up on the ceiling of the attic in the Charlie side. I don't think I'm hitting it directly. I understand what you're hitting right now because we're on the outside. Where are you? That's not so bad. You keep seeing that it's higher. A little higher. Yeah, up and down. That's picking up right where I'm hitting. If you can hit it more directly. Is Taylor getting it? Or getting it? Yeah. Come a little lower. Move to your left slightly. Pull it back a bit on the roof.
And there, you see the right here? Giant over the top of the roof in that corner where the guy's heads are. Just read it. Raise. Better. Raise. Yes. Better. Raise your. Raise it. Raise and to your left. Shoot over the roof. To your left. To your left. Lower. 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 Down. 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 Oh, I'm in the wall of the house. Alright. To your left a little bit. To your left a little. Yeah. Better to your left a little. Left. Got the white boy. Stand for. Never mind, go ahead. Alright. Don't do that anymore. You're just going over the house in the parking lot. Try and do what you're doing. Simple.
Attention. Satellite noise is now overhead at 137.100 meters. Elevation 20.8 degrees.
check my
Okay. She advised that he is drunk. She does not want him there, and she wants you to come over and stop them.
Attention. Satellite IDS radar 1 is now overhead at 2,250.500 megahertz. Elevation 10.1 degrees.
You received another call last night. They're fighting over the front.
yeah.
It was 6-0 one out of the Hilo base at 1 after the hour and 3 on board. 8:20 on the fuel ahead to Doctor's Hospital of Laredo. We're now looking at 50 minutes.
Checking Wednesday at Pino Hall.
109, just made over here on B10.
Attention. Satellite KH-11 cannon 4 is now overhead at 2,262.500 MHz. Elevation 21.6 degrees.
Sports on shore, can't check.
Okay. Here, Foodian. It's going to be eligible VL Class C expiration 2031 on 29.
Attention. Satellite Agent 28 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 13.7 degrees.
109, parking violation, 2124 St. Charles. Copy, Texas 28. David, Adam, David, boy, Union, Sam, Sam. David, Adam, David, boy, Union, Sam, Sam. That is dad bus.
Attention. Satellite farm M1 is now overhead at 2,240.500 megahertz. Elevation 15.2 degrees.
735 on the fuel, and 34 minutes out of Doctor's Hospital, Laredo.
Pursuit 29 on DASA, expires June of 27, to a white 2021 GMC Yukon, to Travis Kelly and Elizabeth Kelly Airport.
Yeah.
So I go to you. $31.70 Archer, $378 Archer, and I have service office.
Yeah.
Attention. Satellite Tundra 1 is now overhead at 2,243.000 megahertz. Elevation 38.8 degrees.
Transporting code 1, scheduled to the top of. Today everything is locked and secure. 12
Attention. Satellite KH-11 Cannon 3 is now overhead at 2,262.500 megahertz. Elevation 62.0 degrees.
Right. Going out to the Circle K that's what it is. And Circle K or the stripes? The Circle K. Yeah,
Attention. Satellite Yagan 32 is now at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 39.3 degrees. Attention. Satellite KH-11 Crystal 3 is now overhead at 2,262.500 meters. Elevation 61.2 degrees.
923. Hello. Two ways to base for a radio check. 10-4, thank you, sir. There are no units at the shop. 10-4. 5001, continue from the yard radio check.
10-4, you're on clear, good day.
10-4, please have repeating.
Attention. Satellite task 3-3 is now overhead at 2261.000 MHz. Elevation 39.7 degrees. Attention. Satellite KH-12 is now overhead at 2262.500 MHz. Elevation 44.2 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yagan 5 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 65.4 degrees. Attention. Satellite on its way is now overhead at 2,276.000 meters. Elevation 14.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yagan 7 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 17.2 degrees.
4501, the reading on 220. Y'all apart. Before you call over, get a one.
Attention. Satellite Task-2-2 is now overhead at 2,260.500 megahertz. Elevation 10.1 degrees. Attention. Satellite overkill level is now overhead at 2,248.000 megahertz. Elevation 18.9 degrees.
Hold on, this is check protection.
19.
.5101, radio check, turning from the yard.
136, can you show me out with the assistant agency EPS on South North Headquarter Watch?
Attention. Satellite Yagan 12 is now overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 19.7 degrees.
One 36.
136, 10-4.
Attention. Satellite over 60 is now overhead at 2248.000 megahertz. Elevation 37.0 degrees. Attention. Satellite DSP-1F60 is now overhead at 2,235.000 megahertz. Elevation 43.0 degrees.
All right. Drive upstairs.
Alright.
2-9, I'm sorry, you're not going to clear.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 37 is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 23.6 degrees.
Clear address 4 and route back to setting. Drop is detail 4.
Route 1, radio check, 10 in the yard. 10-49 clear, everything.
7 Main, ready to check only.
Satellite NAS 2-1 is now overhead at 2260.500
Thank you.
megahertz. Elevation 22.8 degrees.
Route 4, ready to check 10 from the yard. Okay, that's okay of it. Thank you. Alright, 21, ready to check? Thank you.
Attention. Satellite Airbus is now overhead at 2,276.000 meters. Elevation 14.3 degrees. Attention. Satellite Mentor 2 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 25.6 degrees.
Tom Charles John 0490. Tom Charles John 0490.
Attention. Satellite CuntSat 2 is now overhead at 2249.500 MHz. Elevation 44.0 degrees.
Careful.
Friday, radio check today from the yard.
That's why you're clear every day.
Thank you, radio check.
7 base on 10-8. That's why every day. Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
Attention. Satellite COS5 is now overhead at 2276.500 MHz. Elevation 28.9 degrees.
That's a 10-4 base, 3366. You're on our ready line.
No heath.
Jan 4, thank you. One, two, three, thanks, right. Well,
Three C 203, 10, please.
203, 10 4.
Attention. Satellite line 3 is now overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 28.3 degrees.
Yeah. Jan 4, clear over there.
Attention. Satellite Yayaganate is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 26.3 degrees. Attention. Satellite IDS radar 1 is now overhead at 2250.500 MHz. Elevation 33.4 degrees. Attention. Satellite intruder 1 is now overhead at 2261.500 megahertz. Elevation 35.3 degrees. Attention. Satellite 128 is now overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 35.6 degrees.
907 radio check, please.
Hi, 32. Can I get a radio check?
Attention. Satellite farm M1 is now overhead at 2240.50 MHz. Elevation 18.1 degrees.
Ten radio check 10 SPR.
We're not clear. Are you there?
Halo 6 position.
It's back.
Halo 6 is airborne in 30 minutes. Currently at 2740.6. 9 or 8, 22.7. We've got 395 on the fuel and 26 minutes to critical. We're about 20 miles west of the house.
10-3 radio check.
Attention. Satellite R2 has speed in overhead at 2,260.500 meters. Elevation 39.5 degrees.
What? Somebody can hold you.
45 almost. I'll be 1042 somewhere. Ending mileage is 3165, 3165.
Yeah.
If you can log down the time, it's me AP to 58.
Attention. Satellite KH11 Crystal 3 is now overhead at 2,262.500 megahertz. Elevation 38.5 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yahoo is now overhead at 2,245.500 megahertz. Elevation 29.1 degrees.
Hey, WDC2, radio check. Hey, okay. 10-4, you're out there, okay. Hey, Julian, did you fill out your teams already? Which one? Here where I'm turning. I'm sitting right on there right now. Well, yeah, so that gives him a mold the grass right here. Icon Halo 6 position. Forty-three point four, 907, 46.7 with 315 on the fuel. Landing in Bristol in 10 minutes. We'll call you on final.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 5 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 24.4 degrees.
Two 26 radio check. Two 22 radio check.
Loud and clear.
Attention. Satellite S04 is now overhead at 2236.000 MHz. Elevation 32.8 degrees. Attention. Satellite Yagan 7 is now overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 37.8 degrees.
Kilo 6 is on the final for the critical hospital. We'll be on the deck here by 28 after.
Attention. Satellite Ashmore 06 is now overhead at 2236.000 megahertz. Elevation 37.7 degrees.
4140 New traffic stop. Finding caller Ford pickup. The Utah 00, correction, 0093080 1435. Hey, Jerry.
Alright.
I'm on Man and Wall Street. I'm gonna get my room. There's a bunch of broken glass. I'm gonna sweep it a little bit further away from the parking because there's some cars parked right here. So whenever you get a chance to come this way, I'll be here.
Yeah, Water Street?
Yeah, it's on Water and Man, but you haven't come all the way over here yet, right?
Where's Man?
Street behind the stripes.
Yeah, I think it's by there.
Like Man Street right behind the Omni.
Okay.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 26 is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 18.3 degrees.
23 radio check, please.
Six 3241, that's right.
3224.
One please, seven stop. Ray Honda 4, William Robert, question, William Boyd, David 4331, 1435.
Suspect expired January 27, 2025, Honda Grand Color registered to Samuel Silva Ormina out of Corpus Christi. Insurance shows confirmed negative.
Attention. Satellite over 60 is now overhead at 2,248.000 megahertz. Elevation 90.3 degrees.
Six 41. Six 9.
674.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 14 is now overhead at 2,245.000 megahertz. Elevation 37.9 degrees.
Radio check, guy 40.
Tornado 1 radio check, heading for the yard.
Six airport 1042.
3424. Heading from the yard.
10 4, you have a good day. (664 1042). Route 16 sending from the yard. Jet 4 on today.
Route 114, 10-8 from the yard.
Jet 4 on today.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 12 is now overhead at 2245.000 MHz. Elevation 35.7 degrees.
Woody Group Stop. Line 4, correction, line 7, Victor Tom Robert, 2860. He should 5 eastbound of the curve.
5 October 26, 2008 Chevy, black and color registered to Alejandro Navarro, automation. Insurance shows confirmed, negative please.
That's a negative 8 for 2030 for 2023 base. No keys in 23. Check for let me sir.
Attention. Satellite DSP-1F60 is now overhead at 2235.000 MHz. Elevation 24.3 degrees.
Alberto Salinas are Palm View. Insurance shows confirmed, negative.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 23 is now overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 23.2 degrees.
What do you want? What do you think?
621, 2,
Attention. Satellite NOS 2-1 is now overhead at 2,260.500 meters. Elevation 18.9 degrees.
It was 6 departed out of the Driscoll Hospital at 55 after the hour, 3 on board, and 260 on the fuel, and 5 minutes over the Driscoll pass.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 37 is now overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 33.9 degrees.
What do you do? Traffic stop. Electric colored, orange flying colored Kia 4-door, William Young Henry, 7327. What do you need to do?
6 October of 26, 2016, Kia white color registered to a David Mendoza out of Allen, Texas. Insurance just confirmed negative.
This is still 1442.
1041. Route 18, radio check, 10 within New York. 10-4, you're clear, everything. 10-4, thank you. Got a Gristle at 4 after the hour. One on board at 240 on fuel and 4 minutes over to the Halo base. Hey, 9501, can I get a radio check on the 10 from the yard? 10-40 every day. What about 42?
Attention. Satellite to the overhead at 2,245.000 meters. Elevation 10.4 degrees.
traffic stop. 19C 4 door, X-ray Tom door, 3847. He got the VFW 35 East.
First County 4148 to 28 return initial expire November 26, 2015 GMC black and color. Registered to Cesar Alejandro Mateo Arfor. Insurance to verify manually. Initial expire 5 of 26 negative.
Airline 10. Get yourself part of care.
Attention. Satellite scope has been now overhead at 2,276.500 meters. Elevation 10.1 degrees.
Proper, cool up. 500. 142. Hey Brian, have you done the Lower Broadway between Park and Kenny? Yeah. There's a lot of debris right here. On the side going toward the park. Okay.
Attention. Satellite line 3 is now overhead at 2,245.500 meters. Elevation 26.1 degrees.
1040, loud and clear, good day. Safety 501, radio check, and 820 dog. 1040, loud and clear, good day. Yes, sir, thank you. William 8309, P35, another code.
Channel 4140, 28, return to suspect fire, June of 25. June of 25, the 2020 Chevy driving registered to a Shiver Logistics out of Austin. Insurance shows to verify manually, suspect fire 525. Negative.
Copy. 4140, Can I get a supervisor to bus 3042, please? 10-4. Route 6, 4 down 311. Well, I have to turn back around and hit it one more time. Flight 4 pickup, all Lincoln Victor, 1196, 1485.
Traffic fire, March the 27th, 2018, on 51, color registered to a 1, Horizon Garza, out of Phoenix, Texas. Insurance is verifying manually. Negative.
Attention. Satellite Cosmos 2504 attention. Satellite Topaz 4 is now overhead at 2276.500 megahertz. Elevation 39.7 degrees.
Unit 3042 to base. I'm going to take my unit to the shop because I have a light out. 10-4. Right.
What about 42? I'm back in county. You can show me 1042. 2.
Attention. Satellite Yagan 24 is now overhead at 2245.000 megahertz. Elevation 22.6 degrees.
Supervisor 28, can you come to 3042? Sorry, 3041.
41, 10-4.
Unit